Master P, nigga. Yo, big. Yo, ahead of my time, y'all niggas should've left with my 9. Bust a shot, hit the cop, and that's a federal crime. But before I go to jail and do the federal time, eat my wife pussy, incredible edible dime. Patron said, buckets, you can do it again. Let the scat blow, fucking now I'm losing the frame. Sean Price is the best around. Niggas Ray Charles with it, doing the damn mess around. I will back out the iron and press this clown. I will smack fire for lion and wet this clown. No joke, rock him all law. Fucking drive by me and I'ma pop at your car. Listen, push that crack, push that rap, good. When I push that lack, you look at that hood. Wanna know who the fuck I'm signed to? What difference do it make, bitch? Listen to the dick pic.
Bitch, I give a fuck what you're thinking. Fuck your thoughts. I'm God, and bitch you now.
Yeah,
and bitch you now.
Listen, I'll be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane. I'll be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga from the psycho ward. Be that insane nigga from the psycho ward. Insane nigga, insane nigga. Yes, sir. You know what it is, of course. Funk Flex, I'm here. Graph, what's cracking, my brother?
I'm on deck, man. I'm truly happy to be here, my G.
I'm happy to have you here. Rest in peace to Chaz, of course.
Indeed, indeed. That's a big homie.
Okay. DJ Spazzo's here. Let's do it, bro. Hard.
Boom. Gang shit. Woo. Hey, look. Today's the day. Flex say the date. I say what I want. I don't play it safe. If God is my witness, why are the feds making tapes? Cause I'm in the basement with a paper plate that I'm saying grace with a razor and an eighth, and I'm baking it like I'm making crepes. Shots burn, I had you smelling like I'm making steaks. I don't make mistakes, I'm raising the stakes. Taking your fake ice grill and I'm making a lake. I ain't taking a break, I don't wait, I go breaking the brakes. The apple been rotten, ain't no saving the steak. There's no saving the apes. When shots fly through your window, save yourself, nigga. There's no saving the drapes, you don't get it. That's why you don't know who making the shake. Fuck who making the wine, you don't know who making the grapes. That's I. No one give a fuck who making the grape. When you the hero, don't no one give a fuck who making the cape. Let it fly. That's why I got police all at it. We surrounded by D's like DR fabric. We all at it. We eat in the dark, so we feed off blackness like Def Jam when Leo had it. We all flashing neon carrots. We gone beyond campus. We more like Deion Sanders, Igor. It's WrestleMania, you bleed on canvas. Corona mask, so this murder gon' be on camera. Peon. Why you gotta be so lavish? Bitch, why you gotta be so average? Your boyfriend frontin' like he so savage. He in the background louder than Amigos ad-lib. Same nigga called me old-fashioned but can't find the money. I find it funny like I geotagged it, hijo. It's magic how I move Perico through traffic. You freeload and the free throw in the basket. These go in the stash, these go in the plastic. Faster than police throw a Negro in the casket. So it's ironic how now we owning the masters. The white flour gets steamrolled and the crackers, crazy. The medicines in the thinking, I'm bird watching, my pot got a pelican and it's sinking. We ghetto, my gentlemen are distinguished. My varsity letterman leather is made of elephant and a penguin. And my teller made it in England. The weight came from Jamaica, we sling it and celebrate it in Kingston. They pepper spray us, they said we raising delinquents. My plug bilingual, but he never say it in English. I elevated the king, then I elevated my kingdom. I get you shot with a head nod, I'm never raising a finger. Try me, I'm raised by a generation of thinkers. Y'all are addicts, y'all are raised by a generation of drinkers. Sloppy, but I stay clean, wavy though. I know why they don't play me on mainstream radio. I heard I was blackballed, but I ain't even say it though. Don't ask me, cause I ain't even saying so. Back when they was blogging, I wanted to ask info. When Ebro was PD, I wanted to ask him no. I never get invited, but it's nothing to back in though. Just to make it in the station, I snuck in the back window. That's why man gave me shit. so don't fuck with mine. That's why I kill and leave guts behind, and punch to my palm is stuck where your stomach is lying, and reach in just to shove your spine up above your mind, cause it's supper time and lunch combined. Plus I'm rushing, jumping a line, motherfuck, one at a time I'm hustling. I'm a touchdown, and I love whoever's showing me love now, but I'm still holding the pump, and nothing is holding your guts down. The blood make a scab, and the scab's holding the pus down. It's disgusting. No kind of behavior, say hi to your neighbor. I turn your front lawn into Saudi Arabia. Hot tomatoes drop at the thermometer razors. I step in the booth and start vomiting razors. I'm from where the baby mamas is babies, cause the daddies ain't raising with love, so they got it from strangers. We ain't living the way that our mamas done raised us. I try to pray, but I ain't waiting for God that can save us. I'm ride dangerous, top 5 favorite on your iPod playlist. I'm recognized by everybody, so I gotta do my drive-bys famous. So filthy, nigga, I don't sanitize my strainers. So guilty, don't kill me, filthy. A Coke milky, Versace robe silky. Pot of gold, everything solid gold, bill me. I kill a mic flex with a cause, I don't know, bill me. Adios. I'm tucking the Nina, the blood spatter on my shirt, stuck in the cleaners. I'm in the belly of the beast, but plenty of the teeth still stuck in the fetus. The steel's busting, is nothing but spilled blood in between us and mud intravenous. I got the whole world in my palm, yeah, I can push the whole sun into Venus. I run with the reaper, I put my foot in your ass until your stomach's beneath the tongue on my sneakers. See the old timer, that's the plug with the beeper, the phone charger with the plug and receiver. There's no bargains, I ain't cutting the cheaper, the coke foreign. It come from me Visa, old warrants got me ducking subpoenas. I'm cold-hearted, whole forest in a blunt full of reefer. This brick looking like cold porridge stuck in a freezer. I seen fiends die off for the choke. I burn your body, then get high off for the smoke. Top turnbuckle, I fly off for the rope. I sell fiends dreams, they get high off for the hope. I get my supply off for the boat. I'm too dirty, my germs slide off for the soap. Real nigga, I say what's never said before. I do the shit I never get the credit for. My gun talk, it asks, have you ever been dead before? I got your girl going down like your credit score, bitch.
You see it? You know what it is. Grab, Funk Flex, we rockin', we here. Oh! Spazzo, I see you, bro.
New York City, what's up? Boom.
Yes, indeed. It's the Mix King, Ron G. I got something the world ain't ready for. New York City, LA, Chicago, Atlanta, DC, Detroit, New Orleans. Y'all know the deal.
Yeah, nigga. Yeah. That's right. Baby, that's how we do it. Follow me, tell me if you feel me. I think niggas is trying to kill me. Picturing pistols, spitting hollow points till they drill me. Keeping it real, and even if I do conceal my criminal thoughts, preoccupied with keeping still. See niggas is false, sitting in court, turn snitches. They used to be real, but now they petrified bitches. I'm trying to be strong. They sending armies out to bomb me. Listen to Ron, the only DJ that can calm me. Constantly armed, my firepower keep me warm. I'm trapping the storm, and fuck the world till I'm gone. Bitches be warned, word is born, you'll get torn. I'm busting on Giuliani, he rubbing my niggas wrong. And in this song, before I leave, picture me, I'm spitting that pump, bitches and hustling to be free. Watch me set it, niggas don't want it, you can get it, bet it. Make these jealous niggas mad, I said it. This thug life, nigga, we don't cater to you hoes. Fuck with me, have 100 motherfuckers at your door with fofos. Yeah, nigga, thug life.
I be that young, pretty, fly, smooth, glorious kid. A bad boy just like Notorious Big. A Rockefeller like Sean Carter. With more game than Ron Harper. The bomb spark, a rapper slash non-robber. While y'all be on the corners bumming and high, I be out buying the finest shit money can buy. You wish you was in the position that I'm in. Hot rhyming, diamond shining, autograph signing. My lifestyle is far out. Every week bring a different car out. I go to nightclubs and buy the bar out. Cause I keep cream. I'm large on the street scene. Every time I touch mics, you hear all the freaks scream. Yeah, Big L, Harlem's finest. Yeah, the nigga who hold it down for Uptown.
This how we do it out here on this underground real shit, nigga. It's the heat, nigga. Now rewind this motherfucker. You know you can't help it. Deadly combination, boy.
into my own hands. RBG, refine, be a grown man. See, that's what I'm doing, cause I know it's inside of me. All I gotta do is just bring it to reality. It's fuck the government, but still I gotta pay the rent. So yeah, I'm for the caper, most definite. Keeping it militant, focused, intelligent. Pimping the system is basic common sense. It's still fuck the bid. Black power ain't dead. All that red, white, and blue shit be going to your head. See, we break bread, it's like a game or a sport. Gotta train every day to keep your team on point. Cause still, to this day, our reparations ain't paid. And you can see it in the poverty around the way. It ain't even our own people on BET. So they gotta get it from somebody, it might as well be me. Besides, a nigga gotta eat when he hungry. You see how they send troops to war for their country. Niggas worldwide need an army of one. It's revolution to the fullest, put the bullets in the gun, nigga.
These the last days. It's yours. 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 These the last days.
Alright. Peace and Black Power family. It's your boy Psychopath Black at you. Nah, I mean, well, another wake and bake bill. What's really hood out there, family? Nah, I mean, let's get some ones out there. Let's make sure y'all can hear me clear before I get into my bill. Nah, I mean, start chopping it up with y'all. Make sure we good. Let me get some shout outs while I'm waiting. Let's see, shout out to Brother Rob, what's going on? Pookie, what up? Tachu, what's good? Mika, what's good, sis? Mr. Nova, what's going on with you, sis? Let's see, who else? Stephanie, what's going on? Let's see, did I say Nubian DNA already? If I didn't, my bad. Peace to you. G Money. Let's see, Albella. Chakra King, what's going on? Shout out to everybody else out there. Back to love, what up? Shout out to everybody else out there might be coming through, listening. See, Alexander was good. All right. That's what's good. That's what's good. All right. Jeff ATL, what up? Know what I mean? Yo, family, what's going on, family? What's good, man? Know what I mean? There's a few things I had wanted to chop it up about, but, you know, I was going to touch on the Kyle Rittenhouse case, but, you know, this thing is lingering on to next week. So I'm going to wait till the verdict comes down, and we're going to cover all that once the verdict comes down. So if y'all want to know what my opinion is on that, you know, you'll wait and see after the verdict comes down. I really don't like touching on these cases until then. I usually be on wait and see mode when these cases pop up. I don't like covering every single day of the court, even every couple of days, because things change so much, and you know, I just don't like going through that emotional roller coaster. So I'll touch on all that, as well as the Ahmaud Arbery case. We ain't ignorant that that's going on as well. We're going to be addressing that as well, too. So be on the lookout for that. But that'll probably be on Tuesday, right? So yeah, so we're going to cover all that. So I don't really want to get into all that, even though that was a hot topic this week, because the case is still going on. Even though I do feel like, I'll put this part out there, I do feel like the motherfucker is going to get off. I do feel like the motherfucker's going to get off. That's what I was saying, but we're going to see. And that judge is biased as shit. That judge is biased as shit. It's very clear what's going on with this judge in this courtroom. It's starting to feel like a kangaroo court up in that motherfucker. But again, I'm not going to get too deep into it. I'll address that once the verdict come in, because I don't want to be jumping out the window. But I believe the motherfucker's going to get off. That's just me. But hey, what the fuck I know, right? I don't know shit, right? But that's how I see that for right now. We'll address it once the verdict comes in, right? So I do want to touch on some things though, man, because I just hear certain things and people's perception on things, and I want to push back on certain notions that might be out there or whatever, because y'all know. I came in this motherfucker, right? Came in this motherfucker on my pro-black shit. Never swayed, never did nothing of the such because, again, I was dissed before I decided to even come on this side of YouTube. Right? I was dissed before I decided to upload a video on in any sector of YouTube. I was dissed before I ever made a social media account. I was dissed. Right? So and I'm gonna leave this motherfucker dissed. Right? Now, that being said, a lot of people misconstrue what the fuck pro-black actually is. A lot of people just got some surface level knowledge of pro-black and how shit's supposed to go. Wait up, I ain't even post my shit up. Let me post my shit up. Michael, what's going on? Shout out to Michael. See, he done stepped up in the building. Well, hold that thought real quick though, family. But yeah, like I was saying, a lot of people misconstrue what pro-black is, and I hear this a lot, coming from a lot of different people, right? A lot of different people who's like misconstrue. Like I'll hear people, right? And I hear people do this that are pro-black, and I hear people do this that are not pro-black, and they will just start announcing what pro-black is, or what pro-black should be, and everything else, and this, that, and the third, and most of the time, these motherfuckers couldn't be further from the truth. Right? Most of the time. These motherfuckers can't, because motherfuckers act like this is some kind of black and white, no pun intended, but black and white motherfucking scenario where there's not grays all up in this motherfucker, right? Now, there are certain universal codes that come with being pro-black. I've spoken on this many times ad nauseum. I feel the need that it has to be spoken again, right? But there are certain universal things that comes with being pro-black. First and foremost, you are supposed to be for black people. And by being for black people, being for the betterment of black people, the empowerment of black people, socially, politically, economically, and focusing on future generations. These are the core tenets you should have if you are claiming to be pro-black. Everything outside of that is subjective, right? You know, like spirituality and all this other stuff. Like, that's not locked in. Some people will try to make spirituality that. They will try to make it to where you have to believe in a certain doctrine in order to be pro-black or some craziness like that. Don't listen to those motherfuckers. Don't listen to those motherfuckers. Those are religious zealots trying to indoctrinate you with their shit. Don't listen to them. That's bullshit, right? Spirituality is an individual choice, personal. It has nothing to do with being pro-black. As long as your spirituality ain't impeding on your view of pro-blackness and what it is and what that actually details, then go ahead and believe whatever you believe. Right? That is, pro-black is not attached to that. Regardless of what motherfuckers try to convince you of, they full of shit. Right? Anything other than those universal core tenets is bullshit. I don't care what nobody try to convince you of. Right? You can have differences of opinions, ideologies on how we supposed to get from point A to point B. That's fine. As long as if you think we supposed to take a different road than the road that I'm on, as long as our destination is the fucking same, I don't give a fuck. Take your road, I'm going to take mine. And hopefully we'll meet up at that destination. Maybe you'll get there before me. Maybe I'll get there before you. But hopefully at least one of us get to that damn destination, regardless of what road you decide to take. is the destination the same? Is always where I'm at with it. That's how pro-blackness should be viewed. Now, once the destination starts to become different, right? If I'm headed out to the motherfucking Bronx, and you trying to head out to motherfucking Nashville, we going opposite directions, dog. We going opposite directions at that point. At that point, we ain't trying to meet at the same destination. Not only are we on different roads, we are heading to two different destinations. That's when shit starts to become a problem, right? Because the destination should always be the same. Right? Regardless of the road you are on. Right? Now, in the midst of all this, right, like, people will start trying to attach certain things to pro-black that just is not accurate. People, like, I hear this a lot from individuals, right? A lot of different individuals. This is kind of popular, right? People will say things like, Psycho, how can you call yourself pro-black when you talk shit about coons? Right? You can't be pro-black if you talking shit about coons. Those are black people. And you talking shit about them. But you call yourself pro-black. Right? I will hear this mainly from coons, because it's a popular coon talking point. Because only coons hold this silly ass position. Right? And I'm going to get into all that in a minute. But you have coons out here that hold this silly motherfucking notion that pro-blacks are supposed to defend every single black person out there, regardless of whatever. If they're black, we're supposed to ride for them. Now, see, this is the shit that always fucks me up, right? When non-pro-black motherfuckers start dictating what the fuck pro-black is, right? Like, it's hilarious. But when the fuck has that ever been fucking pro-black? When have banging on coons not been considered pro-black? Right? Let's break down what a coon is. A coon is somebody who is openly not for black people, who totally does not give a fuck about the upliftment of the people. A coon can give a shit about the black collective politically, socially, or economically. A coon diametrically opposes everything that the pro-black universal tenets details. As a matter of fact, they are a detriment to any pro-black movement, regardless of the fucking bag. They are a detriment detriment. So, for Negroes out here to think, to insinuate that pro-blacks' jobs is to defend the same treasonous, cowardly, self-loathing coons that are trying to undermine his very existence. Pro-blacks are supposed to jump out the window for these motherfuckers? Because they're black? Now, why would pro-blacks do that? Why would pro-blacks want to do that? I need a motherfucker to make that shit make sense to me. I don't know. Right? If Jesse Lee Peterson gets physically assaulted by a bunch of skinheads, and I see this shit walking down the street, Jesse Lee Peterson is on his motherfucking own. I don't give a fuck what happens to Jesse Lee Peterson. Y'all got me fucked up. Am I wishing that happened to Jesse Lee Peterson? No. Would I be happy that happened to Jesse Lee Peterson? No. I wouldn't be mad either. I would be indifferent if I saw a bunch of white supremacists beating Jesse Lee Peterson's ass. I would be indifferent. I wouldn't give a fuck. He got what you lay in the bed with motherfucking dogs, you're going to get fleas. This is what happens. I ain't got nothing to do with all that. Peace to Yaba. Shout out to you. See what he say? Peace and black power, psycho. Here's a little something so you can go grab the sandwich. You already know. Alright, my notification a little bit late, but yeah, you already know. Appreciate that, Yaba. But yes, family, I'm indifferent. I'm indifferent. He get his ass whooped by white supremacists. I don't know what to tell him. I would ask him, do he still think you can't love black people unless you love white people? That's what I would ask him after he got his ass whooped. I would do an on-the-spot interview with that motherfucker right after he got his ass whooped. Teeth missing, mouth fucked up, jaw broke, scraped up everywhere. I got a camera in his fucking face. Interviewing that motherfucker. Like he do everybody else in the streets. Asking that motherfucker, is it possible to love black people without loving white people? Is it possible? Stupid coon ass nigga. If I saw Candace Owens walking down the motherfucking street and a bunch of motherfucker, about 6 Beckys jump out of nowhere and just start motherfucking beating her ass down, whooping Candace Owens' ass with a bunch of fucking skateboards all across her fucking cranium. What you Negroes think Psycho gonna do? If Psycho saw Candace Owens getting her ass whooped, getting jumped by about 6 Beckys, what do y'all think Psycho gonna do? Psycho gonna whip out his motherfucking phone, and I'm gonna yell World Star while I record that shit. And I'm gonna try to go viral. I'm gonna try to get some of those World Star hip hop numbers over here. Like, oh shit, this should get me about 1 billion views. Wait up, Candace Owens get her ass kicked by some Beckys. Let me record this shit. Wait up. Wait, hold up. Wait. No, wait. Nah, I can't do that vertical shit. Let me turn my phone to the side. I gotta have this ass whooping looking professional. I gotta get all the peripheral visuals in this shit. Know what I mean? Go ahead. No, Karen, Becky, y'all go ahead. Keep doing y'all thing. No, don't let me stop you. I ain't trying to impede on shit. Y'all do what y'all do. I ain't got nothing to do with this shit. World Star. I'm gonna be screaming World Star, recording that motherfucker, and I'm gonna go viral, family. I'm gonna fuck that. I ain't gonna miss that opportunity, you stupid. Y'all dumb as shit. What? Am I supposed to go out there and start protecting Candace Owens? Because she's a black woman? Is that what the fuck y'all want to tell me? Huh? Y'all got me fucked up. She better go get her white daddy to go fucking protect her. She better go get her white daddy to go motherfucking protect her. That's the fuck she better go get protect. She better get some of them coons who love her ass to go fucking protect her ass. That's the fuck she better go get. Don't come looking over here, motherfucker. Y'all motherfuckers got me fucked up. I ain't protecting no coons. I don't give a fuck if it's a man, woman, whoever. Protecting no damn coons. Only coons I'll give a pass to is unless you're under the age of 16. If you're 16 or under, I'll give you a pass. Anything after that, yeah, you 17, oh no, you on the cusp. You right there on the cusp. Once you hit 18 though, motherfucker, you on your own coon. You on your own coon. Your parents should have raised you better. Coon. I ain't got no spins for you, coon. You an adult now. You can go to the army now, motherfucker. Fuck that. Your parents should have raised you right. Fuck out of here. Once you get to a certain age, you lose that privilege. You lose that, I will defend you no matter what privilege once you get past a certain age. No, motherfuckers, no. Sorry. Nope. Ain't happening. I'm supposed to defend motherfuckers who's trying to, are you shitting me? Who's tools of white supremacy? I gotta defend the tools of white supremacy? You motherfuckers is crazy. And y'all think I'm supposed to do that because I'm pro-black? Then y'all got a warped ass motherfucking view of what the fuck pro-black is. Y'all have a warped fucking perception of what pro-black is. And I can give you historical evidence of this shit never happening. Never. Pro-blacks have always attacked coons. This ain't some new shit. Motherfuckers be acting like this some online shit. Like, yeah, motherfuckers just got on YouTube, now it's all fashionable to attack coons and blah, blah, blah. Motherfuckers, it's been like that. It's been go time on these fucking coons. Shall I run down the history of it? Shall I run down the history of this shit? I done did whole presentations on this shit. I could do another one. Of pro-blacks banging on coons throughout the course of history. This ain't no new shit. Motherfuckers be acting like this some this is YouTube shit. Oh yeah? Really? You get your ass cracked in a debate on that, you will get your ass cracked. Get your feelings hurt thinking it's some YouTube shit. Ain't nothing YouTube about banging on coons. Nothing. Nothing. They used to call him Uncle Tom. Right? Sellouts. Right? Humongous-sized ass Negroes. Right? They wasn't jumping out the window for none of those coons. Ain't near none of those motherfuckers jumping out the window for none of those coons. They was clapping on those coons. They was clapping on those coons. That's what the fuck was happening. Shit. Give you examples of this shit all throughout history. All throughout history. You motherfuckers nutty. Remember the motherfucking 1968 Olympics? With the motherfucking popular imagery of the two motherfucking track runners holding up the black fist right there on the panel as they received their Olympic medals? And they got banned for life. Life all fucked up, everything else instead of third. Yeah? Guess what happened before that little iconic memorable event? Them goddamn Olympic committee found out that they had some quote-unquote militant pro-blacks on the track team, and they was liable to do something like that. And guess what them Negroes, guess what that committee did? That committee went out there, found them a coon-ass mouthpiece to go try to talk them out of doing exactly what they did. And that coon-ass mouthpiece was a motherfucker by the name of Jesse Owens. Jesse Owens. Coon ass. Marched his ass to the locker room and tried to convince those brothers not to do the shit. They told Jesse to go fuck himself. They told Jesse to go fuck themselves. It has never been cool to be a fucking coon in the fucking community. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. So all this crazy shit that motherfuckers be talking about, this whole, motherfuckers gotta defend black people no matter what. If you pro-black, don't listen to these motherfuckers. Fuck that. You ain't gotta defend no coons. You ain't gotta defend no coons. You ain't gotta jump out the window for no motherfucking coons. These motherfuckers is nutty as fuck. It's a popular coon talking point. They trying to shame pro-blacks to defending their coonery. And they do this because they want to be able to talk as much shit about black people as they possibly can, undermine every motherfucking message that pro-blacks are trying to give, and then if they get their ass some bullshit, they feel like they always got that get out of motherfucking coonery free card. These motherfuckers think it's monopoly, and they think they got a get out of coonery free card as long as pro-blacks exist. Because as long as pro-blacks exist, we're going to defend them no matter what. So they can coon as much as they fucking want. No. You can coon as much as you want. That part is correct. Okay, it's a free country. You can coon as much as you want. There ain't no laws against you cooning. There's moral codes that you're breaking, but those moral codes is not legality, right? It's not based on any kind of legal terminology or nothing. So you can coon as much as you want, and it's legal, right? So I can't stop you. Do what the fuck y'all want to do. Coon it the fuck up, right? But just like I was told by a bunch of coons not that long ago, when they was justifying racial genocide and aborting black baby boys and don't even fuck black men, and if you're fucking them, abort the baby boys, and let's make a paradise island so we can all be Amazonians and all this other little silly nonsense. I'm gonna tell these motherfuckers the same thing they told me. If you want me to protect these same weirdos who hold these fucking positions and put my body on the line, because that's what you're asking me to do, put my body on the line for these people, motherfucker, fuck that. My body, my choice, motherfuckers. My body, my choice. You can't tell me what the fuck to do with my body. Stop trying to control my body. They don't have to have options. Their body, their choice. Motherfuckers don't have to protect these same women and put their bodies on the line. My body, my choice. And my choice is not to defend any coons out here regurgitating silly ass, genocidal, anti-black, fuck shit rhetoric. I don't have to defend none of that shit. I'm not obligated to, and I refuse to. That would be me enabling bad behavior. I don't enable bad behavior. Once you take these wild positions, your body, your choice. That's your choice. It's your body, it's your choice. But don't in turn come back and try to dictate what the fuck I'm supposed to do with my body. And try to make choices for me. And try to hold this weird ass, fake ass paradigm that you have about what pro-black is. Because that's not pro-black. Defending coons is not pro-black. That's pro-dumb. Defending, if you pro-black and you're defending coons, you are pro-dumb. You are not pro-black, you are pro-retard. You are pro-dumb, you are pro-oxymoron, you are pro-hypocrisy, pro-contradiction. But that is not pro-black. I don't defend coons. No coons. None of them. None of them. I bang on coons. I've been banging on these motherfuckers from day one. From day fucking one. Clapping on these motherfuckers.
Every day I'm hustling. 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 Every day I'm hustling.
Who the fuck you think you're fucking with? I'm the fucking boss. 745, white on white, that's fucking Ross. I cut them wide, I cut them long, I cut them fat. I keep them coming back, we keep them coming back. I'm in the distribution, I'm like Atlantic. I got the motherfuckers flying across the Atlantic. I know Pablo, Noriega.
That's how it goes down over here. I bang on coons. I've always banged on coons. Right? It's just what the fuck? It's ridiculous. Here for the community, dog. Anything that's detrimental to the community, I clap on. Any rhetoric I deem detrimental, I clap on. Men say it, I'm clapping on it. Women say it, I'm clapping on it. It's what it is. People want me to make these little transitions based on gender. It's silly. I'm not gonna sit up here and be on some fake ass bro code where I don't call out coonery that Negroes do because I'm supposed to be on some bro code and all this other silly nonsense. No, dog, you cooning. You wildin'. And I'm not gonna give some bullshit ass, oh well, this is a black woman and I need to protect her feelings and worry about and study and analyze her and be her psychiatrist and all this stuff. Fuck that. Fuck that. I came in from day one saying I ain't trying to save none of these coons. Ain't my job to convert nobody into nothing. I ain't trying to convert nobody to being an atheist. I ain't trying to convert nobody to being fucking pro-black. I ain't trying to convert nobody to taking no vaccines. I ain't trying to convert nobody to being African. None of that shit. I just clap on misinformation and disinformation. I ain't trying to convert none of you motherfuckers. Ain't my job, man. I ain't gotta be sitting up here trying to convert these coons. Seriously, I gotta sit here and break my neck trying to convert a whole group of coons. I gotta try to do that. Man, what? Man, listen, fuck that. That's too much work. That's too much work. That's a motherfucking full time. That's more than a full time job. That's me working every day, 7 days a week, double shifts. And I still won't be able to probably convert maybe like 2 of those motherfuckers out of hundreds. Are you shitting me? Too much fucking work. Ain't that much work in the fucking world. People are sick in the head. They need some fucking real help. They need more hands-on fucking therapy than anything I can give them. And it ain't my job to do it. That shit ain't never been my job. I ain't never came on here saying my job was to convert coons into being pro-black. Now, you can't find no footage of ever me saying anything of the sort. Matter of fact, you probably heard me say the opposite. I bet you could find footage of me saying the opposite. I bet you could find footage of me saying it ain't my motherfucking job to wake none of these motherfuckers up. If you hear me and you just so happen to get woken up off something I said, cool. But my intention is not to come on here and do that. If it happens, that's cool. That's what's up. But that's not my intention is to find like-minded motherfuckers. That's my intention. I ain't got time to be the coons. I just bang on them. That just is what it is. They be saying stupid shit. They treasonous. Traitors and self-loathers. And they deserve to be mocked. They ain't got no problem mocking the community, so I mock them fuckers back. Ain't gonna be no one-sided roast over here. No, them fuckers gonna get clapped on. Think they just gonna be talking all this Blackistan shit and motherfuckers they gonna have smoke for them? These motherfuckers gonna be talking all this crazy ass genocidal shit, motherfuckers they gonna have smoke for them? This is unrealistic. What world do people living in? I don't know. What world do people live in where they just allow motherfuckers to bitch slap them all motherfucking day long and don't say nothing? They don't do nothing about it. Don't say nothing. Let's get verbally abused all day long. Don't say nothing. What world are we in? Y'all motherfuckers live in a different world than I come from. It's a different world than where I come from. Yes, it is now. Here's a chance y'all make it. If y'all stop focusing on your coon goals. You live it, you can make it, yeah. Just remember what you've been told. It's a different world than where I come from. It's a different world, family. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. I don't get it. I don't get it. I ain't no pro-black required you to be a psychiatrist. I didn't know that was a thing. I had another dude. Let me address this. I had this dude not that long ago. I don't know if I touched on this on here already, but if I did, oh well, y'all gonna hear it again. I had this dude not that long ago was saying how the black community rejected him, right? Another popular coon ass talking point, another popular one that I had to shut down immediately. But he was saying how the community rejected him. The black community did not accept him. And he was into anime and comic books and what else he said he was into? Anime, comic books. He liked to read a lot. You know, this, that, and the third, blah, 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 whatever the case may be. I forgot what else, right? I know it was anime and comic books and shit like that. And he was saying how the community rejected him. They didn't want to hang out with him and everything else because he was into anime and comic books and blah, 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 blah. Right? Okay. I had to stop him right there, and I had to address this popular coon-ass talking point of the black community rejecting the quote-unquote educated lame, the geek, the nerd, and all this other shit, right? First of all, I said, okay, first of all, I find that hard to believe, especially in today's age, because when I was a kid, me and all my friends was in the comic book. We all love that comic book shit. We all used to be outside playing superheroes and all this other shit, blah, blah, blah. We all watched the Super Friends, He-Man, Transformers, you know what I mean? G.I. Joe, you know what I mean? All that shit. Watched all that shit. X-Men, Spider-Man, all that shit. The old Fox shows, we watched all that shit. Batman, the animated series, Superman, the animated series. We watched all that shit. Right? And we hood dudes. We hood dudes. We out there. We in the streets. We out there. We ain't never get rejected by the fucking community for watching it, for reading comic books or watching these shows or any of this other shit. Are you dumb? And then I had to address the whole, he's like, yeah, but you know, the anime stuff, and I was into the Comic Con and all this, and they ain't like the anime. And I'm like, listen, let me say this. If you can't find any people that embrace you because you're into anime, whose fault is that? Right? Because I think it's pretty silly to hold a whole community responsible because they're not into the same interests that you were into. Because ultimately what people do in society is gravitate to people who share the same interests as you. Right? most of the time when you connect and you get a friend or whatever, somebody you cool with, somebody you bonded with, y'all bonded over something. Y'all had shared interests. Y'all was into the same thing. So, if you're struggling in the black community, finding people that are into the things that you are into, that's not the black community's fault. Right? Because the onus ain't on the community to all of a sudden embrace anime just so you can feel comfortable hanging out with them. Just so you can finally have something to bond with them over. The onus ain't on the fucking community. If you want to hang out with people within the community, the onus is on you to develop interests that other people in the community share. Because there's no community out here where these rules do not apply. If you as a black man move to Mexico and you want to hang out with a bunch of Mexicans out in fucking Mexico, the onus ain't on those Mexicans to all of a sudden want to start listening to Travis Scott eating fucking pork chops and collard greens just for you to feel comfortable. The onus ain't on those Mexicans. If you want to hang out with those Mexicans, the onus would be on you to get used to eating burritos and tacos and doing salsa dances. That's who the onus is on. The onus is on you. You wouldn't go to Mexico and start bitching that the Mexicans ain't accepting you because you don't like burritos and tacos. You wouldn't go down there and say no silly shit like that. But somehow or another, you being in the black community, everything's our fault. Everything goes back to black people. Right? This is what happens. This is what happens. And this is throughout the course of society. This ain't even a black thing. This is a society thing. You motherfuckers better wake the fuck up with y'all delusions of grandeur. Thinking the whole world's supposed to sit around you motherfuckers. You motherfuckers are delusional. Delusional as fuck. Right? But it's the silly ass type shit I be hearing, man. It's just like, yo, motherfuckers be wildin'. And then sit up here and say it's pro-black's job to embrace these motherfuckers. Well, we ain't push you away, weirdo. We just don't like anime, and that's the only thing you want to talk about. If we don't like anime, and the only thing you bring to the table is an anime conversation, why the fuck would we want to hang out with you? We going to a Super Bowl party, and you up in that motherfucker wanting to talk about wanting to talk about fucking Dragon Ball Z and shit. We up here talking about the draft and shit like that. You know what I mean? We can't wait for the draft. My team picked this number and this motherfucker should be number one pick. Everything else, we all in the Super Bowl party. You know what I mean? Halftime show going on, all this shit. This motherfucker over here want to talk about Dragon Ball Z. Keep your corny ass in the fucking house. So you fist of the North Star watching ass motherfucking Negro, take your ass back in the goddamn house and watch Fist of the North Star. We up here watching the fucking game, dog. That shit, like, what the fuck? Onus ain't on me to start watching Dragon Ball Z so a motherfucker at a Super Bowl party can feel comfortable? Are you shitting me? That weirdo shit. You motherfuckers nutty. Get the fuck out of here. So I be hearing these coons talk this dumb shit, blaming the community for not accepting them and everything. No, motherfucker, no. You rejected the community because you started doing shit that the community ain't into. Yeah, what the fuck? You should have been doing shit that the community was into. You should have been playing football, basketball, or some shit. You wouldn't have had those problems. That's your fault. I mean, I ain't got nothing to do with all that. Nor does the community. You know? I mean, I ain't even got no smoke for anime. I'm just saying that was his excuse. This is his excuse. Right? Like this is what he's saying. I'm just like, yeah. You know, I wasn't the biggest anime fan. I could take it or leave it. I ain't hate it. Didn't love it. Take it or leave it. Oh, well. You know, like I ain't reject motherfuckers because they was in the anime. I knew people that was in the anime and hung out with them. That's because they was into other things besides anime. Right? It's like that's the only interest you had was anime and comic books. That was it. You had no other interest. Then that's your fault. You wasn't very well-rounded. You should have been more well-rounded. I was into comic books and superheroes, but I was also into other shit. Hip-hop, sports, and, you know, like, you know what I mean? Like, I was into other shit, so you wasn't well-rounded enough. I don't know. What hood did you grow up in? That's when I start to question what hood you grew up in. That you wasn't into nothing else besides this shit. You ain't had nothing else going on? I don't know. I'm not an athletic person. I'm not athletic. I hate sports. Well, you ain't gotta be athletic to be into sports. It's a bunch of fucking sports fans that don't know how to play the game worth the shit. You know how many motherfucking football fans I know who can't throw a motherfucking straight pass? Who never wore equipment in their fucking life? You know how many basketball fans I know who shoot incorrectly from the chest? Only got one hand, can barely dribble. Motherfuckers gotta lift up their leg to go between their leg and shit. You know what I mean? Be sitting there, they be dribbling like, let me see you go between your legs. They gotta kick up their legs like they the Rockettes. You know what I mean? Kicking up their legs like they the Rockettes just to dribble between their legs like can. I didn't say the can song, motherfucker. I said dribble between your legs. I ain't say bust it wide open. What the fuck is you doing? You know what I mean? There's a bunch of those motherfuckers out here who love sports. Can't play worth a damn. Look at Skip Bayless. That motherfucker averaged like 3 points in high school. He played high school basketball, averaged like 3 points a game. One of the biggest mouthpieces on fucking sports broadcasting. That motherfucker averaged 3 points a game in high school. Don't talk to me about how you can't play and you not athletic. That ain't an excuse for you not learning the game and understanding the game and enjoying the game. That's bullshit. You know what I mean? You just chose not to bond with the community. You chose not to be a part of the community. And then you get mad at the community for not giving a fuck. And then try to spit a narrative that somehow they did. Sorry, Negroes just ain't thinking about your ass like that. I hate to be the one to tell you, but I promise you those Negroes wasn't thinking about your ass. This is insane. But I be listening to a lot of this silly ass rhetoric and notions about the community and how pro-black should be and how this. Man, listen. Be pro-black, do not be pro-dumb. Being pro-black does not mean being pro-dumb. You don't have to defend any coons. As a matter of fact, I discourage you from doing it. I discourage you from defending any type of coons. Coons getting some fuck shit, you mock them and you laugh at them. That's what you do. Don't defend them. Because if you got in some fuck shit, you best believe they will be mocking you and they will be laughing at you and they will make you a hashtag. I'm not defending people like that. I'm not defending those people. I refuse. You know what I mean? Straight up. Straight up. You know what I mean? What time is it? Okay. It's been about an hour. I think I'm about done with my rant for now. So I'll go ahead and get ready to whatchamacallit, open up the phone lines. Give me 1 second. Let me get everything together. Get ready to open up the phone lines, family. We can have some conversations. We can talk about whatever. I just wanted to get that out because, you know, like, I just hear this a lot. These directions that people, this doctrine that people have of pro-black that I'm not aware of. People have this pseudo doctrine of pro-black that I'm not aware of, and I'm confused. What are you saying? Like, I don't know. People start equating things other than what it actually means, right? And there are fake pro-blacks out here, absolutely. And I call those fuckers out because those fuckers ain't following the universal tenets of what pro-black actually is. They're not following that. So they cannot be pro-black. Right? Again, we can have different roads, but our destination needs to be the same. We can have different roads. Destination needs to be the same. So yeah, I'm about to go do this commercial real quick. Come right back with the phone lines, and y'all can call in. So let's get it.
Battle anybody, I don't care, you die. Battle anybody, I don't care, you die. Battle anybody, I don't care, you die.
Yeah.
Battle any, I accept.
Yep.
They are
Yep.
gonna grab sales double.
Let's go.
And there you go, family. There go the phone lines. It's open. Call in. Know what I mean? See, let me get some shout outs real quick. Let's see. Shout out to B1 for Life was good. Let's see. Shout out to Elaine. Who else came up in here? Take was going on. Anybody else? Better Future was good. Black up in here. Yeah, he's a cartoonist. Yeah, he be doing his own black. He be doing his own black joints or whatever. Good look, good quality shit, for what I see. You know what I mean? Let's see. New Possibilities was good. Let's see. Who else? Miss Yum Yum, what's going on? Let's see. I said G Money earlier already. JW was good. Let's see. Anybody else? Alquan, what up? I think I got everybody. Yeah, shout out to everybody else out there might be listening and come through. If I missed you, my bad. You know what I mean? I was running my mouth. Arthur, what's good? What's going on? But yeah, family, yeah. Don't let motherfuckers tell you. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers, don't let motherfuckers who are not pro-black tell you what the fuck pro-black is. Right? Because I tell these motherfuckers, because that shit be bugging me out. I be hearing motherfuckers who openly say they hate pro-blacks, who will openly mock pro-blacks, openly try to undermine everything pro-blacks is all about, turn around and try to tell pro-blacks how they're supposed to be acting as a pro-black person. And it's like, yo, bruh, I don't tell you how to coon. Please don't tell me how to be pro-black. If I'm not telling you how to coon, do not tell me how to be pro-black. If we have that understanding, we're good. Alright? Because can't no motherfucker who ain't pro-black tell me what the fuck pro-black is supposed to be. I know pro-black people. I surround myself with them. I know what pro-black look like. And I know what coonery look like as well. Because you know when somebody is not, you know, they different. Let's just say that. You get around motherfuckers, you know they are different. Like, okay, I see what's going on here. You want some other shit, right? You gotta know these things. Jasmine, what's going on? B. Bill, what's good? Let's see. I called that shit out last night. Where, let's see, who's that? Let's see. Numbers out there. Who's that? Max? I think that's Max. Numbers out there. Call in. Let me know what's good. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow night with Pseudo Sunday too, family. We'll be back tomorrow night with Pseudo Sunday. Alright, got a phone call. Alright. Max, what's good? How you?
Shako, what's going on, my brother?
Colin, what's the word?
Chilling, man. Listen to your podcast, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're hitting home with me about the pro-black stuff, man, and I'm glad you're doing it because I got a few things I want to say about it as well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, being 54 years old, you know, pro-black, you know, the way I was brought up, you know, pro-black isn't something that, it wasn't a movement, like nobody had like a movement for pro-black.
Mm-hmm.
It was something that was taught to you in the household.
True.
It became a part of your lifestyle, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's who you are.
Right.
You know, your race loyalty is supposed to be automatic to your people, right? True. And so when I run across a lot of brothers on here who try to say that they pro-black, but then they exclude the black woman. You can't be pro-black without the black woman.
Right. That's my issue with all that pro-black gender stuff. When I hear people say they pro-black women or they pro-black male, like that's an oxymoron to me. It's an oxymoron.
Exactly. And you know, I hear like a lot of slander about pro-blacks, right? And a lot of like people in the manosphere, people in the constitution, these people aren't pro-blacks, but they're speaking for pro-blacks, and people are thinking that they're pro-black and they're aligning us with them. They're not us. They're not hardcore pro-black. Guys who know me and know my podcast, I've gone on record many, many times telling you, right, that it's all about my people or it's about nothing. And if I couldn't have a black woman, I would be by myself.
Right.
I don't swear under no circumstance.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? You see, being pro-black, you also got to have courage to be pro-black. See? You can't be a punk and sit up here talking about, hey, listen, you know what? Ain't no but non-black women out here, so let me just go up under the radar. Nah, it ain't like that, bro. You either race loyal or you not.
That's facts.
You understand what I'm saying?
Facts.
Right, and so, you know, and I'm a little tired like you are, hearing all these silly things about pro-blacks, and they keep trying to attach these phonies to being pro-black. And it is upsetting because they don't get down like that. You know, you got people over here talking about some black women should be more like white women, and they claim to be pro-black.
That's pro-black shit to say. Pro-black will never say that. That's what I mean.
Exactly.
Like, shit like that. Like, yeah, like, why are people attaching silly shit like that to pro-black? Like, pro-blacks will never say. If you hear somebody say that, that's a way for you to know that they are not pro-black. And you should be calling them out for not being pro-black. Don't call them pro-black. Instead they will use that as a way to attach this to some pro-black and just a way to bang on pro-black. But no, that person is not pro-black and should be called out for not being such.
Exactly, and then I'm with you on the coon thing, right? Man, I'm not defending no coons. Are you out of your mind? Coons are anti-black.
Facts.
They are anti-black. They're not pro-black. They're anti-black. Why would I'm being pro-black, right? Why would I go and defend somebody who's anti-black?
It makes no sense.
Doesn't make any goddamn sense, man. And then it's like I call a lot of these brothers out for being racist, not being loyal to their all these swirlers. You know, a lot of these guys in the manosphere. I got brothers, man, who got a problem simply because they want to be able to be pro-black without including the black woman, and it just ain't going down like that. Because if you're not race loyal means that you're loyal to both the black woman, the black man, and the black child. That's what being pro-black is all about. We don't need no movement. It's who we are, bro. It's in our blood. Right. I don't need no flag to tell me that I'm pro-black, bro. All I gotta do is wake up in the morning. I know I'm pro-black. You understand what I'm saying? And that's all I wanted to say, man. Thanks for having me on, my brother. I appreciate it.
Oh, no doubt. Appreciate it, Matt. Thanks for calling. All right. Shout out to Matt. Appreciate the call. Shout out to Matt. I agree with what he's saying, man. Like, especially, like I said, that pro-black woman and that pro-black male shit, all that shit is an oxymoron. You cannot be pro-black if you are separating yourself from one half of blackness. If you are separating yourself from one half of what actually made you black, you cannot be pro-black. I go for the men and the women. If you are separating yourself from one half of what actually made you black, you cannot be pro-black anything. That is an oxymoron. That's YouTube shit. That's totally YouTube shit. And that shit is ridiculous. And it only makes sense on YouTube. This ain't real world shit I be hearing on here. This is bullshit I be hearing up on here. Too much bullshit. Not real life shit. Know what I mean? You can't be no goddamn pro-black gender. What the fuck is that dumb shit? That shit, I ain't never subscribed to that shit. Ever. You pro-black everything, motherfucker. That's what I am. I'm pro-black everything except for coons. Fuck them self-loathing motherfuckers. But I don't separate gender. I don't separate blackness by gender. I don't view blackness through gender goggles. That's divisive as shit. I just view blackness on whether or not, are you for this or no? Are you for this or no? That's all I care about. I don't give a fuck what gender you are. Are you for this or no? Are you for keeping this going or no? That's how I'm judged, motherfuckers. I don't give a fuck about that gender dumb shit. That shit is divisive as shit. And that shit goes against everything I stand for. Everything I stand for. Where those abos dudes supposedly pro-black? No, absolutely not. Those some self-loading motherfuckers. Some abos, some self, boy, those motherfuckers. Man, listen. That abo shit is centered around self-loathing. Arthur, yeah, it's centered around that. It just is, man. Like them motherfuckers just don't like who they are. This shit right here, centered around self-loathing. I'm just saying, because like, if you sit up here culture vulturing a whole different ethnicities, motherfucking traditions, a language, actually they're not culture vulturing a language because they don't know their language. Silly ass fucking engines. If you sit here trying to jack all they shit, their whole culture, and claim it as yours, that is the embodiment of self-loathing. So yeah, no, we ain't at the same destination. They at a different destination over there. Them motherfuckers in fantasy land. I can't deal with fantasy land. These motherfuckers, like, they just be freestyling. Now, these motherfuckers, no. That is the embodiment of self-loathing right there. Them Negroes want to be everything but what the fuck they are. It's ridiculous. Back to love, peace. What's going on? How you?
Hey, what's up, Psycho, bro? How you doing today?
I'm good. What's the word?
Oh, man, this is a real topic, man. I'm glad you're touching on this one.
Yeah.
You know, because it's very true. You know, I've experienced this on YouTube. You might start watching a person, watching a platform, and then over time you start to see the change come. You know what I'm saying? It could be based on finances. It could be based on facing some type of difficulty, adversity, and then all of a sudden they message switch. You was like, I'm pro-black this, I'm black family, I'm black this, that. Now all of a sudden you a divester, you a swirler. You know what I'm saying? Now you calling people hoteps and all this and that. So generally what I do with most people is I don't say much. I just sit back and just essentially watch them over time and see how they, you know what I'm saying, how they get down. Because ultimately, 9 times out of 10, I respect somebody who hold firm in their beliefs.
Right.
Like I told you previously, when I was in high school, there was a dude I went to school with. At the beginning of the year, he was a blood. By the end of the first semester, he was a break dancer, and then by the end of the year, he was a Crip. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's like that joke Richard Pryor said. He said he was in every single gang growing up, whichever one was winning. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So people, they tend to do that. They'll bounce around, you know. And for me, I don't mess with people like that. My thing is, there's 2 things about me. I'm not a politician and or a magician. That means I'm not pandering for approval, and I'm not trying to convince you of anything.
Right.
So I can listen to you, whatever, but like when I speak to people, I don't really throw no heavy rhetoric on them. I just try and like really get inside their head and see what their position is.
True.
I listen for certain buzzwords that they say. If you say people of color around me, we ain't never gonna be cool. That just ain't gonna happen. You say now you say intersectionality and all this and that, like stuff like that, I just gotta steer clear of you. Right. You know what I'm saying? Because it's patently ridiculous. And actually, it's kind of funny you bring this topic up, because I was listening to one of your old shows this week when I was working, when you confronted old Phil from your Vibe show.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And it was something that he said in there that was very true, because he said he's not pro-black. Now, he, you know, puts on the facade or the front, and people will call him that, but he won't tell them no, but he won't sit there and say that he is either. But something that he said when you were speaking to him was, he's like, you know, I can't adhere to the rules and all the regulations. Like, I wouldn't date interracially if there was any type of punishment for doing so. And I'm like, you know what? That's what sticks with. See, a lot of times we accept these people, let them do their own. He ain't bothering nobody. Ain't no harm. There's nothing that can really happen to them. So when you start accepting what they're doing, accepting their wives and their kids into your family, like I told you, my family, interracial dating is a cardinal sin. It's a no-no. You get this on. So there ain't no, oh, well, you know, he's still part of the family. No, you ain't part of the family no more.
Right.
That's just how my family gets down. But other people, you know, I don't let certain things change my viewpoint. You know, it's like if you meet a person, like let's say for instance, there's a woman broke down the side of the road. A dude stops and helps her and gets her on the road. That's a good deed within itself, but that does not make that a good person. That same person can help that person with their car, go home and beat the hell out their wife.
Right.
What says more about the fact you stopped to help this person, or the fact you went home and beat the hell out your wife? Right. So a good deed within itself is just a good deed. You know, we see a lot of this now. You've been doing your show, you and Renee, for a while. Now we got all these shows springing up and popping up. You know what I'm saying? quote-unquote pro-blackness had become a cottage industry. So, you know, you got celebrities and entertainers doing podcasts, spitting their rhetoric or whatever. You know, you had old boy wearing a turban talking about Cannon's class until it got real hot on him. Then all of a sudden he was begging and pleading to the small hats.
Right, yep, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Because the greatest, like, obviously we live in a system of white supremacy, but what gets most people? Finances. That's how they get most people. You know, when you look at it, you spoke about John Carlos and Tommy Smith, they sacrificed everything.
Everything.
You know what I'm saying? Everything. They couldn't get a job, lost medals, lost everything for one single solitary gesture. And I think that's the difference between now and then. Like, when we look at modern athletes, they got to protect their brand.
Right.
I can't say this. Like, I remember the time when Des Bryant, with the whole protest of people taking knee, said, I got a family to feed, which is true. I can't tell you what to do. You know what I'm saying? If you didn't want to participate. Exactly. Like I said. And that's how they get most people. They'll starve you out. That's why Chappelle is being so successful right now. Because they can't starve him out. He works independently. He ain't on the TV show. He's not beholden to anyone, so you can't sit there and say, you're canceled, because it doesn't mean anything to him. But someone like Kevin Hart, when he got in that situation, he was apologizing left and right for years to make up for something. You see what I'm saying? So if you're not in the midst of the game, if you're free from the game, you good.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? But when you all in it, like your Terry Crews types who I'd always buck dancing and cooning and buffooning, because there's a paycheck involved.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? So I'm a firm believer in having hard lines and boundaries. I'm not, like, I think a great example is what Malcolm X said in the Ballad of Bullets speech. He said, you know, we can all come together, you know, you can be Baptist, you can be this, you can be Muslim, you can be an atheist. They don't discriminate against you because you're a Baptist, they do it because you're black. And a lot of people don't seem to want to realize that. They want to come with all these slashes and hype. I'm black and I'm this. Now I'm black first. It's like when Q went and talked to women at Fox Soul about his contract with Black America. They're like, well, what's in it for black women? I thought black women were black too, but maybe I'm a little bit fuzzy on that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because it's I'm like, so you're just a woman who happens to be black. You're not a black woman.
Right. Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? Those are two different things. And it impacts many aspects of what we do. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Keep going. I was just chiming in saying people don't get it. That's all I was saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's kind of like what people will say this, because I know you hear this one a lot. I hear it a lot when it comes to biracial people. Well, they was raised black. Well, they was raised by a black family. I'm like, so essentially what you're saying is being black is, I guess, a mentality. It's not your physical traits, not your physical attributes, not your lineage. If you're raised by black people, you're magically black.
Right.
So that Asian woman I saw here on YouTube who was adopted by a black family, she is now black. Because she was raised by a black family. Tommy Davidson, who was adopted and raised by a white family, is no longer black because he was raised by a white. That's dumb.
Right.
That's idiotic. You know, it's like, oh, it's how people view you. I'm like, well, black men are viewed as criminals, so that makes you a criminal. Black men are viewed as thugs, because when somebody sees you as a thug, you automatically a thug.
Right.
Like, y'all gotta think when y'all saying this dumbass stuff, man. That don't make no sense.
Exactly.
What makes you black is two black parents. Not who raised you, because then again, now we going down a path. So if I don't eat a certain food, I don't like a certain type of music. If I can't dance, if I can't hoop, so now am I not, you see what I'm saying? So that's what people want to do, and it's like, we gotta stop with these exceptions and caveats and so on and so forth. Even when you get the people who, like, they're biracial, they want to advocate for black people, that's fine. But if you're not gonna call me black, then I ain't gonna advocate for black people. Then your heart wasn't it to begin with. Because if somebody says, I'm gonna call you biracial, that should not impact the work you're doing. You know what I'm saying? That dude who gave the speech at the BET Awards, Jesse Williams, is biracial. He and I are not the same. Both of my parents are black. He got a white mama.
Got different experiences.
Yeah, different experiences, so on and so forth. Now, he's not white, so obviously he gonna face some certain things, but just because you're not white doesn't make you black.
Right.
And then also, when this whole biracial thing, people want to pick and choose. Oh, so this person is black, but this person is. If one of them is black, that would mean all of them are black. They don't get to opt out and in. I don't get to opt out of being black and say, you know, today I don't feel like I'm black. Don't get to do that. So it's a real topic. And I just tell people, man, if you're on YouTube and you see somebody just really watch their content and their videos. Because, you know, obviously with old boy from the Advice show, he tried to go back and delete all the stuff he said, which shows you what kind of coward you are. If you show growth and you say I'm a better man than what I was, leave the videos up and let people see it for themselves. You can say, well, I came from this to where I'm at right now. Right. But you ain't, by you trying to delete it, you trying to hide something.
Exactly. It's not
you know,
like
so
one video here, there, whatever. No, he pulled it all down. So it's like, yeah, I know all that hyena stuff. All that stuff that initially got him those views to begin with.
Exactly. And then the thing is, that's what kills me about a lot of these people. They'll talk all that like I remember he talking about single mothers and this and that and the third, but then you ended up marrying one. You know what I'm saying? Right. You can't make this stuff up, man. You can't make it up at all.
While we on that, I think I heard something about Kevin Samuels messing with a single mother, a whole chick. I don't know too much about this chick. They keep talking about this stuff. Kevin Samuels is some Brittany Renner or Reiner or whatever. Yeah. You know this chick?
Yeah, I know who she is. She's like the Instagram chick, fitness model, and she was involved with some, I guess, NBA prospect.
I heard
and he got her pregnant. Well, I know she had a baby here recently by an NBA dude who was from Kentucky, and as soon as she dropped the baby, she dropped him because he knows he on the hook for the next 18.
Yeah, and now Kevin Samuels, who rejects anybody messing with single mothers and everything else, he's jumping on board on this. Yeah,
I'm not because the thing with her, like, she's almost like that chick from the Basketball Wives, the Evelyn Lozado chick. Similar type scenario. You know how this woman is. She wrote a book on how to get with dudes and saying how you should break her for money. You see what I'm saying? But you get with her anyway. Just like Ocho Cinco got with the Evelyn Lozada, and then Carl Crawford got with her. This woman been on TV. You see how she is and how she acts, but you ain't care because she light skinned and you think she pretty.
Yep.
So that supersedes all that. You'll throw all that stuff out the window. Yep. Because she light skinned and you think she pretty.
This is just more reason these dudes just be talking. They be
Like I said, I mean, most of this rhetoric on YouTube, it's funny. I don't really entertain most of it. You know, I rock with you and Renee extremely hard. Shout out to Lashee. Shout out to Nikki and many, many others. But a lot of these people, it's like I don't even let it in my space because it's like I don't watch anything that I never understood watching something that makes you mad on purpose. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I don't get. I'm like, you know what? I just ain't, like I told you, I watched that movie Higher Learning one time. It made me so mad, I never watched it again.
I love that movie, by the way. I do love that.
I can't. That and A Time to Kill. That movie made me so mad. Like, literally.
I love that movie too, but that is a rough one to watch. That's a rough
When
one.
we watched Higher Learning, a fight almost broke out in the movie theater while we was in there because it got that real. People was pissed, and you know what I'm saying? So. You know, I know you was talking about the scenario. If you saw like one of these coons out there getting jumped or whatever, you'd be like, I don't think I'm gonna entertain. I ain't gonna hop in.
Right.
I think honestly, it depends. If there was a lot of people there, I would jump in. Not for the person getting their ass whooped, because I wanted to be known you're not gonna be putting your hands on, especially if it's a woman. You ain't gonna be her, the person, the individual. I don't care about her, but it's more so what it represents. You see what I'm saying? If I'm sitting there and I see her getting beat up on,
even if it was Candace Owens,
it wouldn't even be about Candace Owens.
Oh, okay.
It would be about other black women. Like, you're not gonna put your hands on no black woman in my presence. So her personally, like my man said in Rocky Ford, if she dies, she dies. Wouldn't care. But you gotta set an example of send a message, kind of like what Tyrone Muhammad did. You know what I'm saying? That if you just ain't gonna see me standing here and watch this woman get beat up, it wouldn't be about her.
Yeah, if it was a random woman, like let's say I didn't know who Candace Owens was. Let's say I didn't know who Candace Owens was, never heard of her, never seen her, don't know what she looked like, none of that. And I just seen her getting her ass whooped by a bunch of Becky. Yeah, I'm gonna jump in and make sure that that you know, like instincts take over, you know, what y'all doing? You know what I mean? Like, cause you know, but me knowing who she is and seeing her getting her ass whooped, and like I recognize that's Candace Owens getting her ass whooped by some Becky. The phone might come out.
Yeah. And I can understand. I mean, I totally understand. I think for me, if it's a one-on-one fight, I ain't got no thing in it. If it was a couple women, no thing. If it was a dude hitting her, I'd have to jump in.
I feel you.
Yeah, but and then like I said, it ain't even about her. It's just like, it's almost like, you know, if you ever, when you saw the movie Braveheart and they ended up killing old boy, they chopped his body up and they put like different parts on a stake for everybody to see it. Same principle here. I'm going to do that when it comes to this situation. I'm going to let it be known that you just, because I guess it's almost like saying, if I allow this man to hit this one black woman, it's open season on all. And I can't stand for that. Even though I wouldn't like this movie, I don't like her, but it's almost like also like a person who's on trial for a heinous crime. I still believe they should get a fair trial.
Yeah. Because
ultimately, if that person doesn't get a fair trial, that can go down to everyone else. You see what I'm saying?
I feel you there. On that level, I feel you. Yeah, on that level.
Yeah, so it's like
you almost by default, you have to want to see, you know, them get off just by default. So yeah.
Right. Yeah, so that's the way I view that. You see what I'm saying? That's the way I look at it. So, but yeah, I just think that, I mean, I know she's a troll and many people are, but you know, it's money and talking down and reckless about black people always.
Mm-hmm.
And what I've learned, it don't matter what it is, it's always a black person's fault. We the only group of people who can get shot by somebody else and they blame you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's your fault.
Yeah.
Like that one dude who got beat by the police and they charged him with assault because his blood got on the cop.
Which is crazy. Yeah.
It's just America, dog. But yeah, I mean, it's a real one. It's like when you meet real people, because I know, you know, people can be with. I know you on your time on YouTube, and I know some of the people. I know some of the things you and Renee and I've been a party to that's happened over the years. People who you were cool with, who flipped, or where, you know, the back chat was causing serious issues at one point. You know what I'm saying? Where people getting involved with other people and trying to bring people in. You remember all that stuff that went down. So yeah, when you, like I said, it's like almost like when you find yourself a real woman, a man you hold on to them. When you meet real people who really about this life, you know, because it could be a lonely, it could be. I ain't gonna say a lonely existence, but it can be a tough existence when you have these thoughts and these opinions, these views, and you meet people, they could be buck dancing and you just like looking at them like they make people like you for real.
Right.
Yeah, it's like you just like. You looking at him like when a dog will get you cock his head to the side. That's how you like, really? Because I've heard people say just some outlandish. Like a dude told me, he said, I like D.A.B.A.T.E, but man, he's too pro-black. How in the hell?
Too pro-black. Yeah, I've been having people say that about me. Like, you too pro-black. Like, how too pro-black? Like, what is that? Like,
I heard that. I'm like, what? So. But you on that, because when I hear people say certain words like blackity black and all, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's the new term. Yeah, blackity black. Yeah.
I'm like, nah, bro. Like I say, how can you be too pro anything that's about yourself? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe in your worldview, because then they want to go to the extreme, like, oh, well, why ain't you doing this? Or like they say, why ain't you going back to Africa? Or why ain't you like get out of here? Because you trying to put on me what you think something is. When you ain't really a part of this, you know what I'm saying? You gonna tell me how I should act, how I should respond, how I should feel? No. You know what? Like I would go to jail for something, but it gotta be something real. You know what I'm saying? Like people, oh, you so pro-black, why you got your car registration? Like
shit
what?
Like that. That's another one. That's another dumbass talking point when they start saying silly ass shit like that. Like why are you doing this? And why are you on the internet? Why are you on the white bed web? Everything else? Dog, I'm using the communication that's available to me. You know what I mean? I'm using the transportation that's available to me. Just because you pro-black don't mean you're not supposed to be able to live. You gotta live, motherfucker. What the hell are you talking about? We live in a society. You're bound to societal norms. So you have to do certain things within this society. Like that's just what it is.
Yeah. Right, exactly. Now, one thing I try and do is I try to shop black as much as I can.
Right.
That's a small thing you can do.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Obviously, since we don't have infrastructure and all that, like things like water and electricity, that's something different. But there are certain things that you can get, certain things that you buy that you don't have to get from the dominant society. There are many companies that make a wide array of products and different things, whatever it may be, that you can use. Do business with them as much as you can to circulate that black dollar. But like I said, these people go to extremes. Oh, well, you know, you wearing white sneakers. Like, what the hell wrong with? Like I said, you got an infantile, juvenile mindset if that's what you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and a lot of it has to do with a lot of movies and films that we've had. You know, with the whole stereotypical view of the whole Wayans brother stuff. whether it was a don't be a menace or I'm going to get you, sucker. Well, unfortunately, there are people out there who are living that stereotype.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they talk all that stuff, but then they go home to a Becky or whoever else.
That's real.
You know what I'm saying?
That's real shit.
Yes. Yeah, but it's an interesting conversation. Like I said, I always appreciate you because you real with it. Don't sugarcoat it. You say, because a lot of people, it's like that thing, they act like Red and Friday and Smokey, you know. When D.A.B.A.T.E come around, I'll be quiet. But when we leave, I'll be talking again. You know, what I say on here, I'll say to anybody, and I'll say it to their face.
Right.
But I don't go out my way broadcasting anything because I'm, like I had an elder tell me once, she said, well, the best thing you can do as a young black man, just listen, observe the room. Don't say too much.
Yep.
Take it all in.
Yep.
Gain what you can, learn what's like when people who join the military. Learn all you can from that. Take that knowledge you can pass on to other people. You see what I'm saying? So it's not about being out there and loud, and because like I said, it's just being quiet. That gets you attention right there without saying anything. Because I know you probably experienced with some of the people in the chat. It could be a group, not even a group. It could be 2 black people, 3 black people having a conversation. I guarantee if there's a white person around, they're going to walk up and say, what you talking about? What's going on? Because they don't like to see you communicating. You ain't got to say anything. Y'all just be there. And they're going to come up and want to wonder what you're doing and why and all this and the third. So,
Right.
yeah, but it's a real topic, man. And like I said, thank you for sharing it. Thank you, Pookie, for going in last night. I ain't hear it, but I know you went in. That's a real one. Because most people don't. They just sit there and, you know, just take it. And you got to release it at some point. So, but I ain't going to hold you up, man. Thanks for taking my call, bro. I appreciate it.
No doubt. Appreciate the call back, love.
Already. I'll let you later, though.
Sure. All right. Shout out to Back to Love. Appreciate the call. Let's see. Phone lines open, family. Phone lines open. Let's see. View on YouTube. What up? Black Messiah came in the building and said, maybe we wouldn't be so dependent on a lot of these things if we were really so pro-black, quotations, or what do we depend on white society for that we could provide to ourselves? I guess he meant to say, couldn't we? Couldn't provide ourselves. Bruh, obviously, we're in a situation where we're living under a white dominant structure, right? Systematically, right? Now, I mean, is this a critique on us today or a critique on the ancestors? I mean, there's a lot of reasons why we don't have our own internet and, you know, our own Google, so to speak. You know what I mean? There's reasons why we don't have a meeting spot where we can go to independent of white people. And the reason why mainly, if we just keeping it on technology, mainly is because our people are too spooked out on science. A lot of our people get spooked out over science, and we start calling that shit the white man's science. And we don't want nothing to do with it until after the white man creates it. And all the white people start using it. Then we want everything to do with the white man's science. Because then, once we see white people doing it, all of a sudden, black people now want to do it. But black people could have been there from the creation. Black people could have been the ones actually creating it. But black people need to see white people do stuff first before we jump out the window and start embracing what they're creating. Instead of us being forward thinking, being assertive, and creating these things ourselves. If we're being honest. So we talking technology wise, it's a lot of spooked out people that talk this white man science shit, and that's why we don't have our own Google. Truth be told. We need more of our people embracing science and technology so we can actually create these things. It's very possible to create these things. We just don't go down them avenues for a lot of different reasons. one of the main reasons is people talk this white man science shit. That's one of the main reasons. Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. Swab, what up? Let's see, Aries, what's going on? You an IT professional? Okay. That's what's up. There's many of us in the science. Okay. All right. There's no such thing as the white man's side. I agree. You ain't got to walk on eggshells with that comment. I absolutely agree. I fight against that terminology all the time. There's no such thing as the white man's science. It's just science. So we need to utilize said science. I mean, it's right there. And people just choose not to utilize it. I mean, it's there. I mean, same shit they doing, we can do. Right? Like, it's nothing stopping us. We just choose not to do it. Peace, Black Power. Who's this? Where you calling from?
Hey, what's up? This is V on YouTube.
V on YouTube. What's good? How you?
Hey, doing all right, man. How you doing?
Good. What's the word?
Man, the last caller brought up a good point, man, about, he brought up the point about the hypothetical you posed with Candace Owens. So I made a little comment, and I was like, well, let's say you don't let her get beat up. Because I'm kind of wrestling with the idea of one way to punish coons is to leave them up to their own devices. Like if you, right. It's like basically, hey, I'm gonna run with these white people, and then they leave you in the pool face down drowning. You know, and they let you get popped by a cop. You know, I mean, there's so many ways they got. You know, over the last several years. You know, who knows if you go further back? But talk about the stories that kind of made it big in the media. Mm-hmm. But if we're not gonna do that, if we're gonna save them, then how are we gonna punish them?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? There gotta be something that we can do. Now, I do like the fact though that most recently, because I feel like this is sort of a test, actually I could say there's probably been 2 tests recently: Omarosa and Stacey Dash. And I do kind of like the fact that you know, black people didn't, because, you know, Omarosa tried to kind of, oh no, I was just in there, you know, like she was, you know, I was just in there gathering intel in the White House. You know, I wasn't really with Trump and with, you know, with these white folks like that. Oh, it was Back to Love that just called?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. The Back to Love that brought it up, yeah. So, but, you know, so Omarosa and then Stacey Jazz more recently, now, you know, she tried to come out and say that, oh, it was pills and, you know, I was whatever bullshit, some psychological shit, I guess she was trying to say as to why she, you know, she went on and got on Fox News and started doing. She was basically doing Candace Owens before Candace Owens, but I don't think she was doing it to the degree Candace Owens was doing it, because even there was a few things that even Stacey Dash, like, pretty much that, you know, that she didn't even vouch for. You know what I'm saying? I can't remember them off the top of my head, but there was, you know, sometimes like the shit is just too egregious for them to even say anything, like to even take the white side, you know. But Candace Owens, like, it's like she don't know no bounds, like she doesn't even know better. You know, another one like that, Jesse Peterson, because there was one time Jesse Peterson, he was on Hannity, I think it was. I think it was Hannity, and I want to say it was when the dude that got shot in the back in North Carolina. I think it was in North Carolina. Walter Scott.
Walter Scott.
South Carolina. My bad. Mm-hmm. My bad. And even Sean Hannity was like, Sean Hannity wouldn't even go there. He wouldn't even go there. But Jesse Peterson. So Stacey Dash, she didn't go as far as Candace Owens, but she still went too far.
Right.
And I like the fact that black people ain't give her no play. You know what I'm saying? On her little, you know, she trying to stop, you know, trying to get some little sympathy and shit. You know, I was on pills, and after that white dude, you know, I think he whooped up on her a little bit. Of course, she got in a fight with his daughter or something, and he called the police. I don't know if he laid hands on her or nothing, but so that's good. You know what I'm saying? That means, you know, I think that's going in the right direction. But I think there got to be some kind of way to punish these people, man. You know what I'm saying? If we're not going to just leave them to get devoured by these white people. Really? You know, what's the name? Professor True, he's saying them boys, they always break their tools. And to me, that's enough punishment right there. That's a good punishment right there. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
Just cut them off. Cut them off. Go ahead. Just cut them off is the best way to punish them. Just cut them off. I mean, you know, you can't, like I said, it's not illegal for them to coon. It's not illegal for them to coon. And, you know, I'm not advocating to do anything violent to them or anything like that, whatever the case may be, but I'm also advocating to, quote unquote, divest, right? Ain't that a proper term around these motherfucking parts and everything else? Let's practice that. Let's practice this divestment. And let's start divesting from coons. That's what I support.
Yep. Oh, yeah. And I actually agree with that. That's actually one of my ideas, man, is to really formally, officially put them is like in a form of exile, cut them off. So, you know, a lot of these people, because, see, a lot of times, you know, we can know that they're coons, but we kind of let them kind of still run in circles that are kind of black adjacent or black circles or whatever, and not really fully cut them off. You know what I'm saying? Because I think even when Omarosa was even when she was like running with Trump in the White House and everything, but it was still like, you know, black organizations and stuff like that. They still have her on panels or have her, you know, in these, you know, whatever conventions or whatever. And I think there has to be some kind of line that you cross with, like, okay, you basically excommunicated. You know, you pretty much, you know, in exile, not necessarily physically, but we don't deal with you. You know what I'm saying? You know, like literally take their black card. You know, people say that shit all the time, and then next thing you know, them boys, they back at some black function. You know, they black as, you know, they still moving and shaking around.
That's why people like Stacey Dash could sit up here and think she could creep her ass back in the black community, because there's people out there that will accept her back because she's a black woman, quote unquote.
Yep.
And all she gotta do is do a little bit of pandering and a couple of interviews, cry, say she was wrong, she was mentally ill, whatever, blah, 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 and people will accept her.
Yep. Normally, yes. But like I said, those couple of cases, I think, were pretty good as far as how it was handled. So that kind of, you know, going in the right direction. But yeah, normally, like you said, they would be like, you know, shed a few tears, do the whole crying thing. You know, talk about how, you know, oh, I was this or that, and I got, you know, I forget her explanation, but I really didn't pay no attention, because to me it didn't even matter what your explanation was. You knew what the fuck you was doing. You know, so yeah, usually that will be the thing that happened. So the other thing I was gonna say, so that's kind of like the political stuff, but the other thing I was gonna say, as far as us being able to, you know, they talked about the having to go to, oh, you ain't pro-black because you buying stuff from white people. And, you know, I think that the civil, or whatever aspect of civil rights that had to do with integration, because that wasn't the only aspect of it. Not everybody was on that. But I guess you could say it's a side that more or less won out, mostly won out. So once you get integrated into other people, like, you pretty much have trusted yourself to them. Right. You know what I'm saying? As the infrastructure, and, you know, like you said, like Dr. Love said, the water, the electricity and all that. But, you know, I think on that note, it's not going to be something overnight. You have to kind of wean, we have to wean ourselves off of that. You know what I'm saying? And like you said, I agree, because I've started doing that I've been doing that probably over the last 7-8 years, slowly but surely replacing things I normally get from these corporations, and, you know, usually going to certain stores or white stores, whatever. I've been replacing that with either black-owned stores, right. You know, people that make homemade, you know, exactly. It's a process, though.
Right. Because what it's hard to find black, certain things it's hard to find that are black-owned, right? So certain things you're obligated, you're going to have to spend some money with white people in this country. It's hard to avoid that. You know, the system is kind of made up to where you're going to be spending some money with white people around here. It's like it just kind of is what it is. You try to spend as least amount of money with white people as you possibly can, but there's no way to not spend any money with white people in this country. It's impossible.
Exactly, man. And see, over the years I've been putting together. Well, I started this probably 4 or 5 years, but slowly but surely I've been trying to put together like a blueprint, master plan type of thing. You know, how to kind of slowly but surely, gradually become more and more autonomous and all that kind of stuff. But one thing you start off with is just start with their allies, model minorities, and all that. So I haven't bought nothing from Asians. Actually, I started that a little bit before that, but the Asians, like, I haven't bought nothing. I ain't done no Asian restaurant, no Asian stores, and nothing like that.
I don't do that either.
I can't even remember the last time. And I was doing that before. What was that, dude? What's that?
I said it might have been in the 90s, early 2000s for me, so we talking like almost 20 years, yeah.
Oh, wow. See, I think I started out probably in 2010, early 2010, maybe 2011, 2012, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But the Peter Liang, I know that pushed a lot of people to that. And then the more recent Asian beauty shop and nail salon, little incidents and whatever. But I was on that before that. And boys be like, hey, you know, that we go out, you know, going out and shit like that. And this is downtown restaurant called Mana. It's Vietnamese Chinese. And it's known because it's one of the restaurants you go to 3 or 4 in the morning. You know what I'm saying, out here. And I used to tell boys, I don't do that. We figure somewhere else. I don't do this. You know what I'm saying? And that used to be one of my favorite spots. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, I had to give it up, man. And I think you slowly but surely, you start with them. You know, you stop doing business with the Latinos, you know, like little tire shops and shit. So I just changed my own tires, you know, for the first time. The last time I had to change my 4 tires on my vehicle. You know, I was like, I'd rather do that, go to Latino tire shop or whatever, or just go to a black tire shop, you know, rather than like a discount or whatever. But just all those little things, slowly but surely, you just wean yourself off of it. And then as far as my master plan, though, I think I try to start with the food, you know, food and drink, you know, the basic shit you need to success this, right? And that's simple, man. Like, you know, I've been trying to find like little farms and stuff like that. And I got a dude, he actually go get his meat direct from the farm.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Like, so they'll slaughter the animal right there, you know. And he bought him a big old freezer, and he keep that freezer, you know, he got a second freezer he keep, I think, in his garage or whatever, and he keep his meat out there. So you don't even buy his meat from the grocery store no more. But you got that, I was just out in the country, my mom from a couple of weeks ago, and they went out there and they actually bought like some okra, some green beans or whatever, you know, straight out. Matter of fact, I was out there, I actually picked a few up out there. You know, they were going to buy a certain amount, like a certain number of bushels. And then he was like, well, I'll give you this more, you know, a little bit more. So me, my mom, my aunt, and him, we went out there and picked a few more. But that's like a black, you know, he owned like a little, he got a land out there and he be growing food. So, you know, slowly but surely, you find your black farmers, ranchers and whatever, that raise cattle. You know, and I actually was surprised. I didn't even know, but one of my aunts, she actually had some cattle. I think she got rid of it like over the last few years because I'm trying to get some of her land. I'm trying to get some of my family's land right now. But I know my uncle, he still got his ranch. But anyway, long story short, you get the point. You know what I'm saying? Like, just slowly but surely get out the grocery stores. You know what I'm saying? By finding a place to get vegetables, finding a place to get meat. And where my mom's from, every year they have a peanut festival, Grapeland, Texas, and they raise peanuts, they raise all kind of stuff. So, and then from those products, you get to make your other shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, from peanuts, you can make your peanut butter. You make your peanut oil, you know, cooking oil, whatever. And just slowly but surely wean ourselves off of, you know, that the food, you know, going to the grocery store, going to these fast food. I ain't ate fast food in probably several years either. Even before the pandemic, I started that. Pandemic made it worse. I was like, you think I might have a disease or something. I ain't finna, you know, I don't trust these people, you know, that fast food. So anyway, man. That's it. I ran my mouth a little bit, but, you know, it's just a slowly but surely probably. They can't just come to say, like, oh, you bought something from white people, so you're not pro-black. I mean, even the American Revolution, they didn't just up and throw off King George. It was a process. And guess how the process, see, a lot of people talk about, oh, y'all just wasting time. Y'all just online talking. But that's how they started the American Revolution, through the media. It was Thomas Paine. He had his, I guess, the equivalent of a newsletter, a newspaper. And he would release that. And he would just get a feel. You know, they would put out whatever ideas they had. They would get a feel for, you know, how many people, you know, are really, dissatisfied or whatever you call it, with the rule of England or whatever. and express their grievances with each other and blah blah blah. And then I think they had the secret societies and all that stuff too, Masons and all that. They would do their meetings. Then they took the process of building up their weapons. Going to what's his name, Benjamin Franklin. He went to France. They tried to get allies, get their money up, get a source of weapons. But it was a process. They didn't just, man, I hate the English, man. This is fight these fools, get them out. No, it took time. They had to get prepared. You see, so that's another thing I be saying in some of these divestors, because they got. I'll just say this real quick. If I was to get into actual honest debate with Cynthia G, I've already determined about 4 or 5 holes in her, which I'm sure you know, but in her rhetoric and her talking points, there's so many holes in that, and I'd be surprised when dudes, well, I know sometimes she just cut people off, but sometimes I'd be surprised when she actually be winning against dudes. Like, this shit is so easy I could destroy all our arguments. But one of them is the whole idea, like, oh, well, Batman ain't never built anything or whatever. And, I can think of, besides just Black Wall Street, there's several others all around the country. And there's a few in Texas that I just learned about recently. Batman building up a community. So we can do this shit. We can do this shit, but we got to get our mind in that, because, like I said, I think that civil rights era integration kind of, it puts you in the mindset of, hey, these white people got that covered. They got the water, the food, they got all that covered. All I got to do is just go to work, think about going to work, raising the family, whatever. No, we got to start thinking about, hey, where do we get water? Where do we get food and all that,
Yeah, we just not in that situation yet. We're just not in that situation yet. We can fully separate.
Exactly.
Completely.
Exactly.
Now, hopefully one day we will be in that situation, but right now, today, we are not.
No. It's one of the things where we're going to have to, basically build back to that. Got to build back to that. So, but, for my part, like I said, I'll say this last thing. For my part, I've been studying electricity. I got me a little multi. I'm going to start trying to fix up little shit around my parents' house, stuff like that. I got a washing machine I'm going to work on. I got me some of the basic tools. I was on somebody's website not too long ago, and they was like, yeah, make sure you get some of your basic tools, because of just the way times are going, with all this shit going on and the shortage of all these items. And I already got me a little hatchet. I got a little shit like that. Cut down some trees, do just whatever. And, learning my little shit. Like, I got my homeboy, that was telling, what's the name about this before? Neartown Pookie, but I got a homeboy from Mississippi. And he went to construction school, so he know about the woodworking and all that. I got some dudes I know that do the welding. So what I want to do is I'm going to try to cop some of that land out there for my family, and we could build up, start building learn how to build little houses, build little structures, do little stuff like that, and just, work up our knowledge, you know what I'm saying, and start slowly but surely get more and more autonomy, And then, you got the Black Goose, the guns and shit too. I know they got one out here in Texas. You got these little militias popping up, so you got to have that covered too, as far as defense. Because, they not going to protect us against these militias, man. These white militias that storm the Capitol, storm these state capitals. Shit, they barely, we talked about that this at other time. They hardly protect themselves from this shit. So, if, what's to say if them, instead of targeting the Capitol building of the state or the federal government, what's to say they target some black, college campus or something, some black little community we get going, a town we get going, they ain't going to stop that shit. The FBI, they let little shit go all the time, and then next thing you know, boom, terrorist attack, mass shooting. Oh, his mom had told them about, he had bought guns and he been having little psychological problems and shit. So why didn't they do nothing about it? And that's for their own society. So how much less they gonna care about us? So gotta have that part of the game too. But anyway, man, I'm gonna go and get up off here.
All right, no doubt. Appreciate the call, view on YouTube.
All right, man.
All right. Shout out to view on YouTube. Appreciate the call. Shout out to people who came up in here. Let's see. Shazade came up in here. Shout out to her. Shout out to let's see. It is what it is. Shout out to you. Shout out to who else came up in here? Phobos was good. Shorty, what's going on, sis? Virtuous Woman TV, what's good with you? Who else? Did I forget anybody else? I think I got everybody. Rashid, what up? Yeah, shout out to everybody else out there might be listening to come through. Let's see. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Here we go. Alquan, what's good, man? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, man? I want to call in and address the science. And I was in the chat room with the Black Messiah. I guess that name is scientific. Again, you know, when it comes to this science thing, see, a lot of people on YouTube been getting used to hood scholars, former crack addicts, or probably current crack addicts, former criminals like Unc. And yeah, that's right.
Unc, man, come on, man. Don't do that, man.
Yeah, I tell it to him too, to his face too. So
tell Unc that, man. Don't do that, man. You know I fuck with Unc, man.
I can't hear you too.
No, I say you know I fuck with Unc, man. Don't do that, man.
Yeah, but I told him this to his face. So the one thing I do like about him is you can call him a crack addict. My man doesn't give a damn. You know?
Yeah, man. You know, go ahead. Say what you gotta say.
All right, but people, you know, they've been listening to guys like him talking about the science. It's all about the science. And then they think that, okay, well, this guy tells me about the science. So, yeah, now I've learned about science from Unc, who never finished high school. This guy doesn't know any goddamn science. And nobody following that guy knows science. But they hear the word science and think that it's...
What do you mean he don't know science? What do you mean he don't know science? What do you mean? You say he's scientifically illiterate?
I'm saying he's not a scholar. He's a hood scholar. You know what I mean?
He's not formally trained or nothing like that. He never made that claim, though. He don't run around saying he's Dr. Unc. You never hear him say he's Dr. Unc or anything.
Right,
like
but
that.
he goes around trying to assert his ideas as if they are finite. He knows nothing. He just gets taught by his master.
Science, but he supports science. What's wrong? Like,
yeah, but he doesn't know what science is. He's trying to tell the hood, the urban people what science is. He doesn't know what science is.
Unc does know what science is. What do you mean he don't know what science is? You say
matter of fact, you're right. He knew what science was when he was cooking up that rock. That's the science he knew about.
See, you can't even keep it on the information. Come on, man.
But I'm saying there's people like him that kind of mess things up. Me and the Black Messiah in the chat room.
How do you mess anything up? How do you think black people didn't start studying science before Unc made a YouTube video?
A lot of people weren't concerned with the use of the word science and trying to put that on the things to say, okay, this is it.
I've been in science my whole life. I gravitated to Unc because he was also into science. But I didn't learn science from Unc. Unc didn't turn me on to science. I just gravitated to him because he was also into science.
Right. Well, according to his version of science, but people say things like there's no such thing as the white man science. That's what me and the Black Messiah were discussing in the chat room. And there is
the white man science.
There is.
What's the white man science?
Like I was saying in the chat room, the white man said that the black man is inherently inferior to the white man. That's scientifically proven according to the white man.
Right.
The bell curve.
Right. That has been debunked. That has been debunked, and that's a study. That was a study. And
that was based on science, the data, to support their theory.
Right. But that's a white man who's using science wrong. That's not. Okay. There's no such thing as the white man. I can give you examples of the white man using math wrong. But that's not the white man's math. Like I don't understand this concept. Like science is universal. It has like I said 1,000 times. It has no copyright. It has no trademark. Nobody owns science. People practice science how they see fit. And science, real science, needs to be peer reviewed. It has a scientific method that it follows, and that's why you have things called pseudoscience, where people like the bell curve and stuff like that can get shut down because who shut it down? Because the data kind of supports a lot of what he was saying. No, that's been debunked. It's been debunked years ago. It was.
How did they debunk it?
It was culturally biased to begin with.
But socially biased, that's not science, though.
That's not science. Oh, well, that's what that whole bell curve was all about.
Yeah, but he used the data. You said
and the data was skewed. The data was skewed based on cultural biases.
Yeah, but if he used actual scientific data, numbers to prove his point, that's science, right?
Right. Numbers never lie, but they don't tell the whole truth. That's why things need to be peer reviewed.
Okay, but if it told most of the truth or all the truth, then that would be science, wouldn't it?
No.
Okay,
half truth ain't the whole truth.
Tell me. Let's do it like this. What is science?
Science is experimentation, testing, and observation.
Well, see, when I went to college, you know what the professor told me science was?
What is it?
He said it's something that can be proven by others.
That's a part of the scientific method. Yes.
Based on the data you provided. So
that's another
right.
way to define it.
So you realize that
they do that through testing, observation, and experimentation. That's how they do that.
Right, and you realize that, truth be told, you can kind of reproduce a whole lot of things that might be true or false and call it science because the scientific method is used. You realize that, right?
Say that again. Repeat that.
I said you can prove things that are true or false using the scientific method.
Right. Science, you need science to debunk science. Yes, you need science.
No. What I'm saying is you can, if it's something that's false to begin with, and somebody uses the scientific method, it can be reproduced. And it can be proven to be false or true, depending on how people want to skew the numbers, just like cooking.
Well, not skew the numbers. Wait. What do you mean, like how they skew the numbers? No.
Well, listen, make it a sweet potato pie. That's science, right? Is it?
Yeah, in a very basic form, yes.
Yeah, it's science. So people could take that recipe and they can make it, reproduce it as you had it. And then that would make it true. Then they could use the recipe. Somebody else could take the recipe, alter it a little bit.
Right.
It'll reflect their taste, but it'll still be true.
Right, but the core thing that makes it the sweet potato pie is still needed. You still need that core thing, right? Yeah, but you can.
But if it's a Chinese person, they can add ginger and slant it towards what Chinese like and call it a Chinese. It's a Chinese sweet potato pie now, but it still has the basic essence of the sweet potato pie. So it's altered, so it's not false.
Right, but it's still exactly. But that's irrelevant. That's like saying people found out how to make plasma TVs, and then somebody found out a way to make it smaller. Right, it's smaller than the original one. This, that, and third, but it's still a plasma TV. It's like but the science is the same as far as putting it together. They just found out a different way of doing it. But the core science that made it a plasma TV is still there. It's just it got converted and dumbed down to a smaller size.
Right, but the point is, the smaller size is the way it is altered into what somebody else wants out of the science. That was proven. So you can go with the bell curve when the white man says that blacks are inherently inferior to whites. Then that's somebody altering what somebody wants to call science, while somebody else, like the black side in the chat room, might say, I don't accept that science because I don't like it because it's putting me down. So they don't like science.
So they don't like science because somebody was misusing it,
or doesn't agree with their outlook on life or their outlook on themselves. Then all of a sudden, science is not good. That's the wrong science.
What does that mean? People misuse words. People don't stop reading.
My point is, we're talking about science because the way you guys use the word, you use it as if once you say science and put that title on it, that's the end of the deal. It is true, and it can't be false.
No. That's not what we're saying, because that's not what science is saying. Science, it could be wrong. Science has been wrong in the past, but again, wait, let me finish. Science has been wrong in the past, but the only thing that debunked science was science. Again, it takes science to debunk science. So science is not saying that it can't be wrong. Science could be adjusted if if it's found to be flawed and you find it by means of other science.
See, but what you're saying is, okay, if one science is wrong, that you use another science that you want to make right.
Yeah,
so
it's not religion. We're not locked into a book. It's not religion.
Right, but what you're saying is that science now, you can move it to make the outcome whatever you feel. And it's not just plain facts anymore.
Well, when you talk about plain, like science never claimed to be an absolute fact. It's scientific facts, right? And you have absolute
right, and that's my point.
It never claimed to be an absolute.
That's my point.
Right, but you can't debunk it by just saying I don't believe it. You gotta debunk it again with other science. You gotta debunk it with other science.
Right,
and that's what people don't get. People think just saying I don't believe it is enough to debunk it.
Right, but you said it. You have to debunk it with science. Now, if somebody has science one way, and then somebody says, you know what, I don't like that. Let me come up with another science that says the opposite. Now, what do you have?
That's not a problem if they could present it and it could be peer reviewed and studied. But that ain't what I see. What I see is a bunch of Negroes that say I don't believe it, started certain things, but never show me no experiments, no testing, nothing's ever out there to be peer reviewed, anything. We just gotta believe it because Negroes said it and because they read it somewhere or they heard it.
Well, that's different if you're talking about people on YouTube talking things. You know, like even Dane Calloway, when he said that he discovered he was an Indian because he had a dream, you know, I can't rock with that. I can't rock with that.
Wait. Time out. You just told me some wild ass fucking shit I did not know. Is that really how he said he found out he was an Indian? Can you say that one more time?
Well, according to the clip that fat guy played, and I'm gonna disrespect him, I'm calling him a fat guy. I admit I didn't watch the whole video in its whole context, but from the scene he showed, Dan Calloway said that he discovered that he was an Indian because it came to him in a dream. Once you do that, all bets are off with me. Because I don't believe in that dream shit, because that's what that's what D.A.B.A.T.E said, that he never read books. It all just came to him. That's implying God-like type of shit, divine intervention, and I can't rock with that.
That's the same.
So, that's not science.
No, ain't nothing scientific about that at all. I totally agree. Ain't nothing scientific about that at all.
So that's like suspicious right there. I'm like, okay, see, me, I came to the revelation based on facts, not based on no damn science, dream. I didn't have a dream. I mean, Dane Calloway could have had a dream that he was a Mongolian. I mean, now he has to go out and declare himself to be a Mongolian? Come on. So, you know, this is crazy, but the science, so we got to watch out for ghetto scholars trying to dictate to other people what science is, because they don't know anything. I'm just telling you flat out. That's why whenever we engage, that's why my man is always on the run. Because, I mean, he's slick with his, but he ain't slick enough for me. So that's why my man is always on the run.
You really got a hard on for boy. God damn.
I get tired of people lying, man. That's what I get tired of. I mean, we got to stop this. I mean, he's not the authority on anything. The man.
To be the authority. He never claimed.
Well, he speaks as if he is, because when he speaks, he says, "This is what it is. Anything else, you're lying."
No,
so
he said, well, if he's basing that based on scientific evidence he has, then I mean, what's the problem? Give him some scientific evidence.
He never even. I never heard him explain any scientific evidence. He just says, "That's the science, dude. That's the science."
Well,
he never explains the science.
Is it the science? Is he saying that something's the science that's not the science?
No, I'm saying he says something is science, but he doesn't show what the scientific data is.
No, Unc show, man. Unc got like 1 billion books over there, man. Now you wrong about that. Unc will show you.
Well, if he got 1 billion books, he should be able to explain himself then. But he can't, because he's full of shit. That's why. I know it hurts, man, but
one of these days I'm gonna get Unc to come over on Pseudo Sunday. I'm gonna get Unc to come over here on Pseudo Sunday, light your ass up too. I'm gonna have him do a whole presentation.
You already got lit up by being quite a few times.
I'm gonna have him do a whole presentation over here, piss you motherfuckers off, Yeah, why?
He got lit up by me a few times. That's why every time I find him, my man is like, shit. Because he tried using his slick techniques with me, and that shit didn't work. So now he realizes he can't easily brainwash me. So my man is on the run. He's one of those many people who are on the run. So, it is what it is. But science, we got to understand that science is not the end-all, be-all. So we got to stop using that word and acting like that's it.
Yeah, that is it, though. That is it. It's just science, bro. It's just science. That's all it is. Y'all gotta stop treating this like it's something other than just what it is. It's just science.
I just demonstrated that.
Some people use it correctly. Some people misuse it. And that's why things need to be peer-reviewed. That's why that is essential.
I just demonstrated that science can be altered to whatever the author wants it to be and still use the word science.
Right.
But that doesn't make it right or wrong.
Alter don't debunk the science, though. Alter could just be an improvement here and there because it's something that can be improved upon. That don't debunk the actual science. It's just that some people are just trying to improve on the already confirmed science. Improvements. That's all.
Well, again, the science that the white man is always stuck with based on cranial structure, testing, environment, that blacks are inherently inferior, and conquest, by the way, that blacks are inherently inferior to the white man. Now, one could say, okay, we've been conquered, so part of that science...
That's not accepted by mainstream science, though. Mainstream science don't accept that. That actually falls under the realm of pseudoscience. If you look it up
see, now it's about who accepts it and who doesn't. But see, at one point in time, they all accepted it, though.
Well, yeah, of course it is. That's why peer review is so important, because it has to be accepted by multiple people in order to be proven as a scientific fact. It has to be.
But that doesn't make it real or false, though, because a majority of people accept it or don't accept it. You know that, right? That's just like history.
When discussing something like that, it could change. It could change, kind of like their opinions on Neanderthals have changed over the years. Kind of like how they no longer consider Pluto a planet anymore. Things. Right. So yes, things could change over the years if again science comes back. If science can come back and correct these mistakes that are there, then yes, the mistakes will be corrected.
Okay, but why would science have to correct what science already proved to be right at one point in time before?
It proved to be what's widely accepted. It didn't prove what's right or wrong. It doesn't. Science don't make science don't make absolute claims. Science don't make absolute claims. It's just what's widely accepted to be the truth.
I like that. So that in that case, we got to stop using the word science and saying that this is it. This is the final word.
It's the closest thing to a fact you can find. Because it's been scientifically tested, so it's the closest thing to a fact you can get until proven otherwise.
Yeah, but it should be proven to begin with in order to apply the word science.
What
right?
happened?
I said it should be proven in the first place in order to apply the word science to it. Because again, when people use the word science, especially in the hood realm,
it's not too many things that are absolutes, right? Like I can give you examples of absolutes, but not in the scientific form. Like an absolute, there's never been a married bachelor. That's an absolute, right? That's a true statement. There's never been a married bachelor before, ever, right? So that's an absolute. Science don't make absolute claims. That's not what it does.
Then again, then I could kind of debate that too, but I'm not going to do that. But
you would debate what? The bachelor thing?
Yeah.
No, you can't debate that. That's an absolute. There's never been a married bachelor before, ever.
But again, the science, that's what I'm saying. Either we have to accept that science, it can be whatever somebody looks for it to be, or we got to drop that word and stop trying to imply that when I use the word science on something, that is the end of the discussion. And that's it. That's what I'm saying. So there can be a white man science and regular science, because the white man has proven that he will have science that goes to the ideas that he has. But we don't like it. We don't like the results because it targeted us. So now you dismiss that science. Either you accept that science or you don't, because of science.
Yeah.
Bottom line.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying. I don't agree, but I hear what you're saying.
I know, but you can't deny it, though.
I can deny it. Hey, I know we just went down pseudo Sunday rabbit holes. We can continue this tomorrow, though. We can definitely continue this tomorrow.
All right, man, but I think I proved my case.
I like pushing back against that white man science philosophy, so we can definitely finish this tomorrow.
I might have to do that, but it's football, though. You keep putting it on football Sundays, man. But
I mean, pseudo Sundays, I try to wait till like the late games and everything, so most of the games be done, so yeah, that's why I do it at night, not the afternoon or whatever, because I know most people are watching football the early part of the day. Sometimes they watch the night games, sometimes they don't, or they half-ass watch it.
Yeah. All right, but I proved my case as usual. So I just say to the people, stop using that word science and stop following these hood scholars and these fake ass doctors. Even Dr. Ben, who was not proven to be a doctor. I hate to say it. It's sad to say, but it's the truth.
Taking shots at everybody.
All right, man.
I think Dr. Ben believed there was black people here before Columbus. You gonna shit on Dr. Ben? Didn't Dr. Ben believe that?
But Dr. Ben, see, Black Messiah doesn't agree. Of course he's not going to agree because that's not his conclusion. I go by the facts, not by feelings. But Dr. Ben is the same guy who called Africa Akibulan, but nobody else has. And he hasn't shown the people where he got that name from.
I hear you.
So it is what it is. I mean, again, his credentials cannot be proven. He even lied about his name and his origins. I mean, he said he was Dr. Ben Joseph Ben Yakinen, Ethiopian, but his real name was Alfredo, and he's Puerto Rican.
Puerto Rican?
Obviously.
Dr. Ben no fucking Puerto Rican?
Yeah, and his accent is not Ethiopian, his accent's not Puerto Rican. And his phenotype.
Dr. Ben no damn. Who's Puerto Rican and Dr. Ben about my complexion is darker? Are you shit?
Well, I mean, Alfo's Puerto Rican. Alfo's Puerto Rican too.
Which one of his parents is Puerto Rican?
Dr. Ben.
Well, I'm saying which one of his parents is Puerto Rican?
Which one is what?
Which one of his parents is Puerto Rican?
I think it was his mother.
Dr. Ben got Puerto Rican mother.
Yep, that's what he said. He used to say all this stuff. You remember, like it is.
I never heard him say this. I've never.
Yeah.
Okay, so was she a black Puerto Rican? She was a black Puerto Rican.
Well, I have to assume so with his look.
Yeah, exactly.
But he also claimed to be Ethiopian. But
so
Ethiopian
he
Jew.
Puerto Rican and Ethiopian. He can't be both. He can't be.
He
couldn't have got with a black
Jew.
Puerto Rican and a black Ethiopian.
Well, I mean. But his name is not Dr. Ben Yakinen, though. Why did he come with that assumed identity?
A whole bunch of people changed their names. Stokely Carmichael changed his name to Kwame Tomei. Malcolm Little changed his name to Malcolm L. Shabazz. Like.
Yeah, but they didn't come up with a fake backstory to go with the name, though.
What's fake about his backstory?
Because he claimed to be an Ethiopian Jew.
Be an Ethiopian Jew. Why? How is he lying? Could he be lying?
Well, if Alfredo, whatever his name was, the Spanish name, then obviously he couldn't be an Ethiopian Jew.
Why couldn't he? If his mother was Puerto Rican and his father was an Ethiopian Jew, you are who your father is according to Jewish law. According to Jewish law, it's not my ideology. That's their ideology. According to Jewish law, you are who your father is. Why wouldn't he, too, be an Ethiopian Jew?
Okay, well, how come he had to change his name? Let's stick with that.
I don't know. I mean, people change their names for different reasons. A whole bunch of people change their names.
Now, how come his accent was not a Spanish accent and wasn't an Ethiopian Semitic accent? It was a Caribbean accent, English-speaking Caribbean type of accent.
Okay.
That doesn't jive with the man's claims of what he is all about.
Caribbean.
No, but I'm saying his accent was not Puerto Rican accent.
It wasn't Latino, right? I got it.
So, I mean, we gotta, no matter how prestigious it may have become, you gotta look into why these people are lying. Now, I could say, he was a Freemason too. Maybe that's part of the reason. But my man has not been proven to be what he claimed to be, and his credentials have not been proven to be real. That's just the honest truth. It's sad to say, but it's the way it is.
Yeah, well, this is what you believe. This ain't.
No, it ain't what I believe. This is what is out of his mouth, and this is what the facts are. You can go do a Google search on it right now, and you can hear it from his mouth. Brother Ross says I'm lying, but I'm not lying. I can prove it all. I don't come up here bullshit.
I hear you. We can revisit this tomorrow if you pop on or whatever.
But it wouldn't be pseudo, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to come on and talk about it tomorrow because it's not pseudo.
Whatever. Well, you calling him pseudo, ain't you? Ain't you calling him pseudo?
Yeah.
Okay, well, so why isn't it appropriate for tomorrow? Because you're making the claim that he's pseudo.
But with the claim, it's not pseudo though. The claim is for real.
Yeah, but you're making the claim that he's pseudo, so it is appropriate for tomorrow because that's your claim that he's pseudo.
All right, maybe I might do that. Might call him with some clips too if I can find those clips.
Okay, yeah, you can do that. We can revisit all that tomorrow.
All
right. Thanks for calling in, Alquan. All right. Come on. Hey. Shout out to Alquan. Call him with his crazy. We revisit that tomorrow though if he comes through. We'll revisit all that. You know what I mean? Let's see. Phone lines open, family. Phone lines open. Call in. Let's see. Okay. I had one phone call while we was talking. That person will call back now. Phone lines open. Let me see. See who came in. Bitcoin Gator. Let's see. He's fabricating. Yeah. Rodney B. Let's see what's good. What's going on? Rodney, what's good? Let's see who else. Anybody else come up in here? Dre, what's going on? Alright. Peace, Black Power. Who's this? Where you calling from?
Man, yo, this is Bro Rob, man, calling out of Chicago.
You already. What's going on, Bro Rob?
Man, hey, I was good, man. At first, man, I felt like the conversation was going well.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? We was talking about authentic voices for what Black Power and being pro-black is supposed to be.
Right.
We was talking about integrity and things of this nature.
Right.
And so I want this last call, you know, to represent what we don't need. You know what I mean? Dr. Ben studied literally in ancient Egypt for 40 years. 40 years, fam. 40 years. That's why we know so much about the Madu Netta right now. So, you know, while you sitting around respecting Harvard and Brown and Penn and, you know, all of these different universities, man, you should have a little respect for a man who went to the place that he was studying and studied there for 40 years. Who has the dedication to do something like that other than a man who should get the respect of being called a doctor? What the fuck is, man, for real, bro? What the fuck is wrong with people, man? Really, man? Really? What I was going to say was, I was going to try to back up what Max was saying. We need more authentic voices because our children are watching. And we don't need to be tearing down people who did work like Dr. Ben. Before you can start criticizing anybody work, match theirs, go past them a little bit, author a couple of books, teach a couple of generations of teachers. You see? Before we start tearing these people down. He matched wits with some of the best intellects of the world and made them look silly. Won't you give him credit for that? Sitting here on a public platform tearing down our master teachers. What the hell is wrong with people, man? All I'm saying is, man, we gotta find the best in one another. And we gotta try to uplift that. We gotta highlight that. Stop looking for pebbles thrown at the throne, man. This man, he has passed. He can't defend himself while you sitting around here talking about he a liar. He can't defend himself. He done passed on. If nothing else, it's disrespectful. If nothing else, have some nobility about yourself, black people. That's what black power would be to me. That's what pro-black would be. Carry your family with some nobility. Make sure your daughter ain't acting, out of place. Make sure she acting her age. Make sure your son carry himself like a young man while he under your tutelage. That's what pro-black mean. You got something to add to the community. That's what pro-black is. I don't get on here bragging about my work. But my work, my time, my money, all of that, it's in our people, man. And we need more. We need more. All we gotta do is live your life like that. We don't need a law. We don't need to march. We don't need to protest. Like the brother was saying earlier, we don't need no law passed to shop with our brother, our sister. We don't need no law passed to do that. We don't need to protest to do that. Find a way to spend some money this holiday season with your brother, with your sister. And man, let's stop playing the what if game, folks. Let's stop doing that, G. Man, stop playing with these people, Psycho. No, just cut them off. Hey, look, folks, we ain't playing the what-if game, man. Time's serious. We got the midterm elections coming up, goofy season coming up. Watch our split down the middle while people gonna be this next year with midterms elections coming. Watch the goofy season come. Watch it, man. Man, my fault. He just triggered me, bro. I'm sorry, Psycho. I know you can't even get a word.
No, you good. Talk your shit.
Man, he just, Alquan, I got respect for you, brother. But it's dangerous to play the what-if game, man. Not now, bro. Not now. Right. Look at what's going on. Cal Rittenhouse about to walk out a free man. Look at what's going on. Ahmaud Arbery, look at what's going on. Man, we talking all this trivial shit and real shit going on. Historic ass shit going on. A judge ruled against blocking the records to come out on the phone records and emails for January the 6th, and Trump still blocked it. We was supposed to see that information Friday. And motherfuckers still playing gender games. Real shit going on, y'all. Historic ass shit. Historic ass shit. Yo, kids don't learn about this shit in school in a couple of years, folks. Stop playing, man. Historic ass shit going on. Inflation, that shit affects everybody, including this gender war ass shit. Goofy ass nigga, you gonna pay more for the electricity that you use to motherfucking power the goddamn platform you on, goofy ass. Let me talk about this election shit and how it tie in and how political things play a role in economics. Hey, let me say this one more time for people who might not know. Politics and economics go together like peanut butter and jelly. You heard? Like peanut butter and jelly. Politics and economics go together like peanut butter and jelly. Y'all remember when Trump was saying, hey, China gotta pay their part. They gotta pay. Man, all of this shit is unfair. We pay too much. Remember that shit? Huh? Y'all remember that shit? What did China do? They said, okay, no problem. We'll pay our fair share, no problem. Yeah? And then prices went up immediately. And then now, with the chain breaking down, you know what I'm saying? That makes super inflation.
Right.
Thank you very much, you Trump supporting ass niggas. With y'all goofy ass. You don't understand that we really live in a world economy right now. And we have a complex problem and we need complex solutions and people that actually know what the fuck they talking about. And we don't have time to play what if ass games. That's all, man. I was just triggered, folks. You know what I'm saying? The man triggered me, man. You know, and Dr. Ben is a hero of mine. Right, you know, right. I want y'all to know. We wouldn't know as much about ancient Egypt if it wasn't for one man's work. One. We wouldn't know. That's what you need to understand. And other work grew out of that work. That's what you need to understand. D.A.B.A.T.E, he broke down the science that niggas don't want to accept because it don't support their narrative. He broke down the science. Carbon dating, man, listen, carbon dating come from Sheikh Anta Diop's work. Yeah, see, why people sitting around wanna break down our master teachers, they don't even understand that the science that they use for carbon dating comes from Sheikh Anta Diop's work. Theophilo Banga is the one that supported when you start talking about linguistics. When they goofy ass be talking about emotology. Yeah, did you realize the man from the Caribbean destroyed all of y'all? All you gotta do is go and look at his case study, the shit that they brought to Niesco that year. That's all you gotta do. And your whole motherfucking linguistic argument is over. It's over. I just, man, you know, we done debunked in so many different ways. People don't even understand this ABO argument. We thought it was over because we destroyed it 2 years ago. Yeah. Destroyed it. Destroyed it.
It's always a new crop. There's always a new crop. Yeah.
Right. And I mean, the arguments that they are making now, that's why we don't really pay real close attention to it, because it's been debunked 4 or 5 different ways. 4 or 5 with primary sources. Not even secondary, primary. You know, but yeah, I done said enough. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I just wanted to, redirect the conversation back to talking about authentic voices for pro-blackness. We got to get out of this, the hotepas and all of this. You know what I'm saying? It's a reason. Yeah, let me just say that, and I'm gonna shut the fuck up, right? So, you know, what you gotta understand, the highest civilization ever created in mankind existed in ancient Kemet, and most civilizations tried to erase our name off of it and put their name on. The first example that you can look at is when J.A. Rogers, you know what I'm saying, 100 interesting facts about black folks, you know what I'm saying, or black people. I don't remember the exact title, I'm sorry.
Superman, Man, something like that. I think it was Superman the Man.
Yeah, exactly.
That was the title. It was like
exactly.
It was like a play or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Then 1954, Stolen Legacy. Stolen Legacy is where George G.M. James breaks it down in detail and shows how they tried to erase our name off of the highest civilization known to man. This is why it's important in history for people that be calling us hoteppers. Right? I can change your brakes. I can change your pipe at your crib. I can put in a ceiling fan, and I can teach you about the first 16 dynasties in ancient Kemet. You see what I mean? You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I can teach you about black thought here in America, and I can talk about the ancient empires that existed on the continent, Dayami, Manapatapa, Ghana. You know what I'm saying? I can talk about them all. I can talk about Caribbean culture. I can talk about the Inca. I can talk about the Aztecs, the Mayans, the mound builders. But I understand that they are not our people.
No, they're not. They're not.
I understand that, and that's what history say, and that's now what the science say. You know, we talking about science. You can manipulate science, and you can make it say whatever. Shut the fuck up with that crazy ass what if argument. Yeah. It's over now. The genetics say what we've been saying. That's what it is. If you do have an Indian marker in your genetics, it is minute. Minutia. That's exactly what it is. Now, there are exceptions to every rule. Respectfully, there are exceptions to every rule. But you can never throw out the rule for the exception. Don't be a fucking fool. You know? But yeah, that was the only thing, I wanted to make sure. Because that Hotep thing, yeah, did people take it over the top and, Hotep this and Mayat that? Yeah, they did. They did. You know what I mean? But it was feel good history. Right. Why we can't feel good about our own history? Why we can't feel good about our own history, folks?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm. You get shamed for that, but people accept you embracing like your sports team. If you was embracing your sports team, they wouldn't talk shit about you, but you embrace black culture, you're a hotepper, you're this, you're that, and everything else. How come I can't rep my home team? Right? That's my home team, right? I can't rep my home team unless it's a sport.
Right. And even if, man, we talk about ancient Egypt too much. Okay, tell me about one other ancient African empire that rose and fell before we even knew what a European existed, before we even knew what they looked like. I can think of 8 right off of the top of my head. You know what I'm saying? It's easy. If you would just go and study it, especially now when so many people out here talking and giving out information, it's easy. Right. So that's what I had to say, G.
No doubt. I appreciate you calling in, bro, Rob.
All right, for sure.
All right, thanks for the call.
Yeah.
All right, shout out to brother Rob. Appreciate the call. All right. Yeah, family, phone lines open. Call in. First come, first serve. Let's see. Rakim, what's good? Needy, what's going on? DNA can tell us who your mama and dad is, or if OJ did it. I know European, they rather have been, All right, peace, Black Power. Where you calling from?
What's up, bro? You can hear me okay?
Yeah, peace, Nappy. What's going on? How you?
It's going on, man? What's going on? Just quickly, I heard a little bit at the beginning. I guess you're talking about coons and what have you. Let me say this. You know, to me, the definition of cooning simply means, you know, being anti-black. All right, taking anti-black points. It doesn't mean being different. I know you have mentioned guys who are into what you call it, comic books and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. You can be different, but you know, it doesn't mean that you're anti-black. It just means that you're different. I think that hurts us a lot because we see some of these dudes, and I'll just name them, Tariq Nasheed, who uses the term all the time. He's one of the biggest. Okay, so I mean, we got to stop it or polite. A lot of these guys who we think has quote unquote swag, and they're some of the biggest coons out there. So we have to define that. You were talking about Jesse Owens, and you brought that point up. I thought you were going to bring up George, what's his name? Foreman.
Yeah, I didn't have a whole presentation. I could have did a whole. I've done it before, but I could have done it again. Yeah. I did a whole presentation. Yeah.
And ironically, the same people that Jesse Owens was fighting for allowed him to go completely broke into bankruptcy. You know, and I think he was reduced to working at a gas station. So, you know, I just find that kind of ironic. But like the other day, I did like a stream, and I was talking about the clerk who passed, and rest in peace to him. But I brought up, you know, when I was in the stream, I brought up a clip that Mandela said at the time. This is when he got out of prison. Right. And Mandela, he was saying all the right things. Okay, and it sounded good, and we were all excited if you remember the time. Yeah. However, you know, Pookie was in the chat. He was like, nah, that's pseudo stuff, man. You know, he was a plan. I'm like, yeah, I mean, I understood that because Mandela, the ANC, after a while, they just said, you know, he betrayed Winnie and the ANC and all that other stuff, and I understand that. But at the time, the answer he gave against the clerk made sense. You know, I didn't know that eventually, you know, his legacy, let's face it, got targeted. It really wasn't until Khalid Muhammad called him out, you know, while he was popular. And Khalid Muhammad caught a lot of heat for that, but he called Mandela out, and when it wasn't popular to do. All right? But my point... Huh?
I said at that time, no.
Yeah. Now, my point is this. I brought up that clip, you know, basically because the clip was important and it was a good answer towards the clerk who they're trying to make as a hero. When the fact is, he was in the same party that started apartheid, and now that he decided to stop it, doesn't make him a hero. But everybody learns at this same clip. Again, the definition of cooning, in my opinion, is if you're anti-black. All right, but you have to let some people learn, because you got to remember all the indoctrination that we have been in. You know, you can't blame people for being indoctrinated. Case in point,
that's why I don't come hard on Negro peons, right? Because Negro peons are indoctrinated Negroes, but they're not necessarily anti-black, right? Like they don't necessarily like, you know, they more hold the positions of, you know, all white people ain't bad. I understand it's bad white people out there, but we need to work with them and blah blah blah, and find the good ones. You know, like they have that, that ideal, right? But they're not coons. So they don't throw black people under the bus. The coons are the ones that attack black people, right? They're attacking black people. They're on the offensive. Yes.
Right, and keep in mind, hold on a second. I think there's like this. There's a tornado warning. My bad. Give me a second.
Yeah, weather's crazy right now. Okay. We had a lot of thunder out here not too long ago.
So like myself, it wasn't like until like 3-4 years ago that I, you know, stopped being a one dropper. Like right away. I used to be like, you know, a major one dropper. If I gave you the names of people who I thought were black, you'd be like, what? You know, like I was in the supermarket the other day, and who's that chick who was that Mexican chick? Damn, her name's not, but she's one of them. But like a couple of years ago, I would tell you that Selena Gomez is black, or Tekashi 6ix9ine. Because I was like, I listened to a lot. You know why? Why? Because the Israelites, they will pump that into your head.
Yeah.
So this is some of the thinking that I thought. And then I started looking at things more biologically. I'm like, wait a minute. Now there's people like, I just saw Franz Fanon's daughter. Go check her out. She just did a recent interview. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Franz Fanon's daughter. Go check her out. All right? She's nothing black about that woman.
Mm.
But, again, you just have to learn these things. Now, also, people, what else am I going to say? Like, also, we got to be careful with, like I said, who we call that word. Because, like, the woman who just won in Virginia, Winston Sears, she was just attacked by Joy Reid and Jamel Hill, all right, saying that she represents white supremacy, right? However, Winston Sears, look at her family. Black man, black woman, black child.
Wait, hold on,
She's from Jamaica.
Who said they represent white supremacy?
Jamel Hill, one. Joy Reid also. I'm sure others said it as well. Okay? Now, Winston Sears is the Jamaican woman that is now Lieutenant Governor of Virginia.
Oh,
all right?
Okay,
now,
yeah. I know you're talking about. Right.
Now, keep in mind. Look at her family. Her family is, boy, I think you and Renee talked about how you're going to do a show about, different types of coons. She's conservative, but she's black man, black woman, black child, right? If you see her family. However, I saw her just do a recent interview on Fox, and she was spouting the exact same talking points as Condi Rice. Yep. So I'm like, oh my God. So,
how do you think she got elected in that red ass state?
I know, and she's Jamaican too. She's Jamaican, so which is just another thing for a lot of. She's Jamaican, I get it, and she has the whole story, the immigrant story.
If you're in a red state and you're black and you won that red state, there's a good chance you was coon. Because a lot of white people had to vote for you. A lot of white people had to vote for you.
Yes, and keep in mind too, you people are from the black American side will say, you see, she's a tether. Well, explain Condi Rice. She's the same exact talking point. And the point is, it doesn't matter where you're from. People have to get out of that. The Sambo is a Sambo is a Sambo. Also, and also lastly, fuck Travis Scott. All right, whatever happened to that dude happened. All right, go check out the interview he had with Hot 97 back when Michael Brown.
I paid attention to that case because everybody spooked that whole thing out from day one, and I just got turned off in that case altogether just because all the spookisms that was attached to it. I was like, I'm over it, so I just left that shit alone. I didn't even touch it.
Yeah, so obviously it's now the ritual and stuff and all blah blah blah.
Yeah, blood sacrifices and all this other little nonsense. Yeah.
How about it's just a concert that's going wrong? How about that? It can't be a concert that's going wrong. It's got to be a blood sacrifice.
It got to be some other stuff. Always.
Yeah, but he's in trouble, bro, and more people are dying, and he's gonna get lawsuits up the wazoo. Be interesting to see if those Kardashians help him out. Because from what I understand, Chris, his mother-in-law, per se, they're not married, but that's basically his mother-in-law. She's his manager. So this is a dude who's from the hood in Houston, and you got to look at this guy's thinking. Remember ASP Rocky? Same exact thinking. Same exact thinking. So I don't feel sorry for that dude at all. And he's going to see just how we were talking about, like what Mike Brown happened. Yeah, we got to see what we do, and we got to take responsibility. Well, okay. Bro, let's see how much responsibility you're going to be allowed to take with this shit, because they're going to rape your pockets lovely. So, yeah, man. So that's basically all I got to say about that, man. And thanks for the show, bro.
No doubt. Appreciate the call, Nappy.
Hey.
Shout out to Nappy. Appreciate the call. All right. Phone lines open, family. Phone lines open. Call in. Let me know what's on your mind. I'm on for a little bit longer. Let me know what's good. You know what I mean? Y'all want to call in? I'll stay on a little bit longer. What's good? See, no be sure you. What are you out here talking about? Is it Kardashian curse strikes again. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, Kim Kardashian and Kanye is hilarious right now. Where they non-breakup claims they doing online is crazy. I heard Kim already done found her a new motherfucker. I heard she found her a white boy. Is it true that Kim found her a white boy? That's what I heard. I heard she found her a Billy Bob. I was like, okay, that's different. You know what I mean? That's different. Okay. Okay, Kim K. Do your thing. Do your thing. Do your race loyal thing. I hear you. I feel you. I feel you. Do your race loyal thing. I wish more people follow suit. You know what I mean? But yeah, definitely. Do your race loyal thing. I feel you. Do your thing. Yeah. Yeah, scream at me, family. Scream at me. Call in. Call in. Somebody call in. Let me know what's good. Let me know what's going on. Y'all here talking politics? I agree about both parties suck. I agree with that wholeheartedly. That's what I talk about all the time. I don't play that party shit. Shit's silly. Democrat, Republican, what side of the fence you on? I ain't on none of the motherfucking side. Fuck that shit. Oh, Travis Scott dating the Kardashian. Oh yeah. He dating the I forgot that the youngest one. I think ain't that that's the one that was in the WAP video. Whatever her fucking name is. That's the Jenner chick, right? It ain't even a Kardashian, right? Her last name Jenner, right? Hey, Kylie Jenner? Is that it? Am I saying it right? Kylie Jenner? She ain't officially a Kardashian, is she? Like, is she officially a Kardashian? I guess they got the same mother. I guess because they got the same mother, but I don't know. She's kind of a different breed because she you know what I mean? That shit is weird, but yeah, she got a transgender father. That's a whole different animal right there. That's a whole different animal. You got a transgender pops. What? The fuck? How that work? How the fuck that work? How the fuck you end up with a transgender pops? Don't get your stupid ass up out of here. Fucking weirdos. They have 2 C's now. Who got 2 C's? Oh, Travis Scott and that old girl? Demon Seeds? Yeah, I feel you. They got 2 mixed rugrats running around, huh? 2 mixed mulatto rugrats. Yep. Is what it is. Motherfuckers just, everybody want to genocide themselves. I'm telling you, man, this voluntary bullshit we doing to ourselves, this is insane. Voluntary, yo. Voluntary. And we motherfuckers just happy as fuck to do it. Motherfuckers just jumping out the window like, yeah, I'll do it. You need a bunch of black people to motherfucking sell their soul and just start nutting all up in things and allowing things to nut all up in them, and with other races of people, you need volunteers. Fuck it, yeah, I'll do it. Motherfuckers rushing to the front like it's a Travis Scott concert. Motherfuckers acting like that shit, a Travis Scott concert, just hauling ass to the front, getting crushed, getting stampeded. I mean, ambulances running the motherfuckers over. They getting crowd surfed to the fucking ambulance and everything else. Like, I'll do it. I'll volunteer. Me first. The motherfuckers acting like it's a goddamn Travis Scott concert. We need volunteers for motherfuckers to genocide themselves and stick their things in the things and allow other things to get stuck into you that is of different ethnicity, so you motherfuckers can't exist anymore. We need volunteers. Like it's a Travis Scott concert. Motherfuckers just bum rush that bitch. Ain't this about a bitch? That's probably what that shit was. That's probably what that shit was. That probably was a low-key motherfucking swirler event where they was trying to motherfucking get up all them volunteers and everything else to do all that little intersection. Like, who better than Travis Scott to promote this shit? Like, yeah, I think, see, now I got my tinfoil hat on. Y'all done fucked up. Now I got my tinfoil hat on. Now I'm on my bullshit.
Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep their eye on me. But I'ma stay incognito in places they can't find me. Make my moves strategically. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep their eye on me. But I'ma stay incognito in places they can't find me. Make my moves strategically.
Oh yeah, I'm on my bullshit, family. I think that was the conspiracy. I think the conspiracy at the Travis Scott concert was about swirling and getting motherfuckers to go up there and have a huge satanic sex orgy on stage in front of everybody, and they was gonna film it and sell that shit on fucking Pornhub. A fucking paid account, pay-per-view, and it was going to be promoting, swirling, and racial genocide. The whole concert was about racial genocide. That's what it was all about. That's what that whole Russian shit was all. I'm telling you, they did it all. It was all in code. It was all in code. They were spinning the records backwards and they gave the secret messages and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. God damn it. I got a call. Peace, Black Power. Who's this? Where you calling from?
It's Garvin, man.
It's Garfield? Who's this?
Garvin.
Oh, it's Garvin. Oh, what's going on, Garvin? How you?
Oh, I'm all right. How y'all doing?
I'm good. I'm just fucking around right now. What's the word?
Yeah, I wanted to backtrack on something because I've been watching the show, but I ain't been typing nothing because I'm multitasking, so to speak. But I'm listening to what's going on. I wanted to backtrack, if you don't mind. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, man.
Okay, I wanted to elaborate on what Dr. Love was saying. That he was speaking facts, but you got to remember something. Helping those who are against us, even though they're black, sometimes that will get us in trouble because they figure they could do no matter what. We still gonna have it back, so to speak. You're gonna have to think, remember that movie Juice? Of course you do. But anyway, remember that scene, Bishop was bumped up by vitamins and all that, right? And Q saw that, and when he saw that, he basically backtracked. His attitude was like, "Y'all motherfucker, you on your own." This was after he shot Raheem, pulled a gun on him and whatnot. You see the point I'm trying to get at? Mm-hmm. An enemy like that, you deserve no mercy. Cause I'd be damned, you struck us over, you in situation, we get you out, so to speak. No, you can't do that. Because they figure they can just do it over and over and over. Regardless of what goes down, we're going to be there for them. I can't roll with that. I'm just saying, it's just something to think about.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the point I wanted to make.
True. I feel you. Yeah, people got right. I support cutting off coons. I do support cutting off coons because, like you said, it's no repercussions if they don't. Right? If you don't cut them off, excommunicate them, then it's no real repercussions. Right, like that. Like we can't force them not to coon, but we can't excommunicate them. We don't have to deal with those motherfuckers, and that's what we have to stop doing. We got to start dealing with the coons. Let the coons have fun with the white people that they chose to cake for, and and eat nigga snacks for.
That's correct.
So I just wanted to elaborate on that. You know, shout out everybody, and I will go ahead and check out the show while I'm doing other things. So, peace, I'm out.
No doubt. Appreciate the call, Garb.
All right now. All right.
No doubt. Shout out to Garwin. Appreciate the call. I mean. Uh-oh. We got Renee in the building. Shout out to the Queen. Shout out to the Queen, Sister Renee. What's going on? You know what I'm saying? See what Shorty say. Shorty say that's some demonic issue to be real. Why y'all playing? Hey, man, listen. Hey, it was some kooky looking stuff going on. I don't believe in all that stuff, Shorty. You know me, I don't believe none of that. But it was some kooky looking shit. If you saying shit was kooky looking, I totally agree. It was some kooky looking shit. The motherfucker was entering his mouth. I saw some shit where they was literally entering this motherfucker's mouth and shit. Like, it just looked crazy. Like, what the hell am I looking at? What is this? Everybody just entering his mouth, his body. Like, he's consuming you, motherfuckers. Like, so if I was spooked out, I would totally make probably the same connection you motherfuckers are making. Like I can't even stunt. Like, y'all ain't even got good means to be spooked out by this motherfucking situation. Like, this ain't one of those, okay, I don't even know where the fuck y'all even got that shit from. Right? Like, like Marvin Hagler dying and shit. And shit like, like Hank Aaron dying and shit like that. Like, that's the shit I'll be like, what the fuck are y'all talking? But this, I can totally see the connection in the spookisms, right? If that's your thing, right? If that's your thing and you believe that type shit be going on, I can at least see a connection here where I can see how they drew up this conclusion, right? Like, even though I don't agree with it, I can at least see how y'all came to that conclusion, because it was some kooky looking shit going on over there. Like, they motherfuckers just up there just trying to be consumed on the motherfucker's mouth. That shit was crazy. That shit looked crazy. So yeah, I totally can see the connection, right? Like, I still don't agree with it, but I see the connection. Let's just say that. This one lines up more than others. Some of the other ones just be complete reaches. I'm like, what in the fuck? Hell no. But, like, this one, I at least see the connection, so I'll let y'all run with it. That's why I didn't even bother covering the story. Because I'm like, I'm going to go ahead and let them run with it, man. It is some weird shit going on. I don't even want to, like, I'm going to let them believe whatever they believe, man. They got it. They want to go up. They want to run with the Travis Scott shit. I'm going to let them run with it. They got it. They got it. I'm going to fall back on that one. I'm going to fall back. There's some weird looking shit. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, every day. Yeah, sorry to hear that. All right. Oh, man. Let's get it to hear y'all. Yeah, Renee has a lot of names to type, right? It be like that sometimes. Yeah. Let's see. Anybody else calling in? That's it? We done for the day? Let me know if we done for the day. Anybody else calling in? Godwin practicing his temptation steps. I know Godwin. I bet you Godwin could perform every motherfucking song and have every step down. Pat. Godwin could be a goddamn Temptations choreographer. No bullshit. Yeah, nope. You ain't supposed to do it that way. You're supposed to do it this way. I need all y'all in harmony to motherfucking when he bops to the left, you gotta bop to the left at the same time as him. And then you got it's on a pace. You got to be it's on a pace count, right? Like you got 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. And y'all got to be on point. Make sure you hitting each drum, right? And then when he steps back and then he does his little spin and goes to the front and grabs the mic, y'all got to motherfucker all slide to the right at the same time so he can have some space over here on the left when he starts motherfucking doing his thing and singing My Girl. Godwin got all that shit on lock. Fuck with Godwin if y'all want. Shit. Yeah, Godwin a goddamn boy, that's a music historian right there. That is a music historian. I got my money on Godwin. If Godwin is up on fucking, if we play a Jeopardy and it's a music topic, I don't want Godwin playing. Godwin, that's cheating. I ain't fucking with Godwin. Godwin, boy, anything music, I don't give a fuck. Take it back to the fucking 20s, the 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000. That motherfucker, he is a goddamn music encyclopedia. Right? When it comes to hip hop, I'll tear Godwin ass up when it comes to motherfucking hip hop. I'll smoke Godwin ass with some fucking hip hop. But boy, we just talking music as a whole, and we just taking it outside. Like, I know a lot about R&B and jazz and shit like that too, but I don't know as much as that motherfucker. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I will concede. I do not know as much about different genres outside of hip hop than Godwin. Godwin got me on every other genre of music. He will, yeah. That motherfucker, yeah. I got my money on him against anybody. If them motherfuckers, if it's a trivia game and Godwin's involved and it's about music, my money is on Godwin. My money's on Godwin all day long. That's fact. Yeah, she's good with the music too. But Godwin on some other shit. Godwin like next level with that music shit. That motherfucker, he'll tell you when Nat King Cole's second album dropped, what year it was, what the album cover looked like, and he could probably name you every fucking song on the fucking album. He that motherfucker. Right? Like, I got my money on Godwin. I got my money on Godwin all day long. Shit. Godwin be on some bullshit, boy. Woo. I be like, Godwin, ain't no way. No, I ain't dropped that year. Like, yes, it did. Like, no, it did. I go look. Like, I'll be damned. It did drop that year. Same month you said it dropped too. That motherfucker say that shit dropped in April of 1973. You best believe that shit dropped April of 1973. Don't fuck with him. I tried to G-check him live and fell flat. It was a fail. So yeah, don't test him. You test him if you want. You gonna get your feelings hurt. Don't fuck with him when it comes to no goddamn music. I'm just saying. I got my money on Godwin. That motherfucker, boy, he know his shit. I ain't gonna question him on that. He said Godwin gets overconfident and loses. Shit, Godwin know his shit, boy. I give him that shit all day. Let's see. We're gonna make a music trivia, alright? Lashid know her shit too. I be cooking Lashid ass though, boy. She be trying to debate me on hip hop and shit. Yeah, I be cooking her ass. I be cooking Lashid ass. Lashid be thinking she. Nah, Lashid know her shit though. I like talking hip hop with Lashid because Lashid go back as far as me. So I get to talk a lot of 80s and 90s hip hop with her and shit. And everything else, mainly 80s. We get to really peel back the 80s with her and shit because she was around during that time and everything else. So we be going back and forth by a lot of shit over there. But yeah, I like talking music with her, especially 80s hip hop because we be getting it in. We be getting it the fuck in. Word up. I know I'm gonna get on that shorty. She been running She been running from that debate. I've been trying to get that debate with her going for a minute. She has been running. She will get cooked on that debate. I told her. I'm telling you. She been running. She don't want nothing with that Jodeci Boys to Men debate. She don't want it. She been ducking and dodging for years. I'm telling you, lock it in. Lock it in. You guys get cooked on it. You get cooked on this, Lashee. I'm telling you. Lock that shit in. I know, right? Get onto that debate channel and there's Josie versus Boys and Men, me versus Lashee. I'll cook her ass. She don't want that smoke. She don't want that. She don't want that Jodeci Boys and Men smoke. She been running. She killing everybody in 80s, 90s R&B. No, she'll kill everybody in 80s and 90s house music. That's what Lashee to cook me in the house music. She'll cook me in house music. I'll give her that all day long. House music, she'll cook me. It depends on what the topic is. If she starts wanting to debate me on, because she tried to debate me on like whether or not Chicago created house music. Oh, I cooked her ass on that shit. I cooked her on that shit. She won't admit it, but she got cooked. She tried to run that shit that Chicago created house music. I was like, nah, I can't give you that, Lashee. I can't give you that. Chicago made house music popular, right? Like they kind of reinvented house music, so to speak, and made it popular, and it became ground zero for house music, but it didn't start there though. It's like, boy, she get bad. Ooh, she get bad. Cause she know she a Chicago girl, so she like, yeah. Oh boy, she be getting bad. Like, you try to take away what Chicago contributed to this. Oh boy, because she start getting on her regional shit, and she start clapping. She be like, you East Coast guys, I swear, you people out the East Coast all act like that. Y'all think y'all discovered everything and blah, blah, blah. Like, hey, Lashee, man, hey, what you want from me? What you want from me, Lashee? I mean, hey, man, I'm just going off history. I'm just, hey, man, the history is what the history is. I'm sorry, it just is what it is. History is what it is. You know what I mean? She don't like the history. She preferred to start the history off when motherfuckers got to Chicago. She preferred to start it there. Like, no, there was history before that, Lashee. Things happened before motherfuckers landed in Chicago and shit. Like, things happened. It ain't quite happened that way. Nah, Chicago didn't create house music. Chicago gave house music a home. It gave house music a home, and they embraced it, and they're the ones that blew it up, right? They're the ones that reinvented it and blew it up. I'll give them credit for that. But they didn't create it, though. Chicago didn't create house music. That's always been my argument. Like, house music wasn't created in Chicago. It was made popular in Chicago. Chicago's the ones that blew it up. They were the main ones creating the music and everything else, and this, that, and the third. I'll give her all that. I'll give Chicago all the credit in the world for that. But it just wasn't created there. Oh, Lashee ain't in here right now because her ass would have been swooped out those clouds. I know she not here right now because she'd have swooped out those clouds by now, fussing. Fussing and arguing right now. She'd be calling me crazy, calling me biased. So I know she's not in the clouds. This I know. She wouldn't be able to resist herself right now. She might have stayed in the clouds with the Boys to Men Jodeci shit, but the house music shit, her ass would have swooped smooth out the fucking clouds, and her ass would have been foot on neck. She'd try to put foot on my neck. For real. So nah, she definitely not listening to me right now. She might catch the replay, but she ain't listening right now because her ass would have swooped out those clouds by now. I wouldn't have been getting all this off in peace if she was in the clouds. That's for motherfucking sure. Oh, man. Let's see, dude was living in Chicago when he created it. The New Yorkers went to Chicago. Yeah, exactly. Alquan is correct. Alquan is correct. House music originally started off as disco music. When disco music went out of style and all that Studio 54 culture went out the window and the 80s started to come around, those New York DJs left New York, went out to Chicago for gigs, and out in Chicago is where they brought that New York sound that eventually became known as house music. And they had a famous club out in Chicago where they would play this new sound that they wasn't used to. It was old out here because people out here knew the sound already, right? They didn't create it in Chicago. They created it out here, and it blew up in Chicago. And when it got to Chicago and they heard that new sound, it became known as the Chicago sound, aka house music. And that's what happened. But it started off with disco, out like the Studio 54 days and shit like that, and New York DJs that moved to Chicago and brought the sound with them. That's what happened. So yeah. Now, Chicago gets credit for being the spot that blew it up and everything else. I'll give you that. Like I said, I don't take away from what Chicago contributed. Just like I don't take away the fact that Soul Train was created in Chicago. A lot of people think Soul Train always was in Southern California and everything else. No, Soul Train was created in Chicago. Now, Soul Train didn't become Soul Train until Southern California. When they moved to Southern California, that's when Soul Train became national. That's when Soul Train became what we know as Soul Train. But they did not, but California don't get credit for creating Soul Train. Chicago gets credit for creating Soul Train. And they moved Soul Train from Chicago out to California, and that's where it took off at, national. Right? But I don't take away Chicago's credit for being the spot where it was created. And that's all I'm doing with house music. I'm just not taking away where it actually was created, even though I do recognize that it blew up in Chicago. I do recognize that. You won't get no arguments from me on that either. That's documented, right? So yeah. So I'll give you all that. You said New York cats still. No, but house music and hip hop was blowing up around the same time. Hip hop and house music was blowing up all around that same era. It actually was a tug of war in the community amongst people of my age group and people a little bit older, you know, like the late boomers and the early Gen Xers and the Gen Xers and the late boomers, right? It kind of was like a tug of war on what new sound is going to be the new sound that takes over the community, right? Because like R&B was always going to be there, but it was new sounds that was coming about, new genres that was coming around, that was starting to live alongside of R&B, and that was house music on this side and hip hop on this side, right? Now you had people that really only dealt with house music. I know motherfuckers who they only listen to house music, right? They, you know, everybody listened to R&B, but I'm talking about between house music and hip hop. You had motherfuckers who only listened to house music and hated hip hop. Most house music motherfuckers hated hip hop. And then you have motherfuckers who loved hip hop and hated house music. Right? As a matter of fact, most hardcore hip hop heads hated house music. Right? So you have, and then you have motherfuckers who listen to both. Right? Then you have motherfuckers who listen to both house and hip hop. Right? and just listen to all music, R&B, house, hip hop. I kind of fell in that category, right? I wasn't against house music, right? I wasn't a house music hater, right? It was certain. I had certain critiques of house music, but in certain times and places, it fit, right? Like it you know, this, that, and the third, right? You know, and back then I was still into dancing and everything else, so house music was good to dance to, right? So I was cool with house music, right? I wasn't somebody who hated house music, right? But it was a tug of war there, and I was still more of a hip hop head than I was a house head, right? So, you know, it was a tug of war, and for a while, I'll say there was a short time where house music actually was winning the battle for a little bit, maybe for about 2 years. For about 2 years, I'll say house music actually probably was winning that tug of war between house music and hip hop. And then hip hop just took off and never looked back. And house music is hardly even spoken about anymore unless we're talking about the good old days like I'm talking right now. Right? Right. Out here we call it club music. House music, club music, that's what it was known as out here. It was just club music. But yeah, same shit. Right? Know what I mean? But yeah, you know, I like house music and I like hip hop back then, right? I was into all my dancing and everything else back then, so everything. And you had certain people that tried to fuse hip hop and house music together around 87, 88, 89. You had people that was trying to fuse hip hop and house music together and stuff like that, like the Jungle Brothers, a few others, but Jungle Brothers is famous for it because they had the whole "Girl Out House You" song, and that was a hip hop / house record, right? And that was solely because, you know, both genres are taking off. They were trying to, you know, take advantage of the situation, right? You know, so they started spitting bars over house beats, which is very hard to do, by the way. That's really not easy. It's really not easy spitting over house tracks. Them shits are kind of, the tempos are fast. You kind of find yourself to be a little bit out of breath. I know, I've done it, you know, and it's not easy to do. You need to have your breath control up because you're going to be spitting a mile a minute because the tempo on those beats are so fast. Is that you got to turn it, you got to pick it up a little bit. Actually a lot. You know what I mean? So yeah, but you know, yeah, we had a bunch of club dances out here. Yeah. Yep, Latifah had a house song. Yep. You said then the crack house took over. Yeah. I say around 1990 is when house music was starting to phase out. House music was starting to phase out, and then it got to the point where reggae was bigger than house music. It was over for house music once Shabba Ranks kind of put a dent to all that, because Shabba Ranks came in and started chanting over hip hop and club music and kind of beats and shit, and it was a wrap. This is like the early 90s. Once Shabba Ranks came out and reggae had found new life in the community, it was hip hop and then it was reggae, and then house music was after reggae as far as what was being played, what you heard in the clubs and shit like that. Like reggae surpassed house music by the early 90s as far as what people was listening to in the community. It was way more people listening to reggae around 92, 93. Around 92, 93, it was way more people listening to reggae than motherfucking house music in 92. And that's just real. Shabba Ranks came on the scene and reggae just had resurfaced. And reggae was everywhere. Everywhere. Know what I mean? Yeah, the Wu dropped it 93, the end of 93. Or was it the summer? No, they dropped like the summer of 93. The Wu dropped like the spring of the summer of 93, yeah. Yeah, shit changed with them too. Yeah, Super Cat, yep. Maxi Priest, Who else? All these motherfuckers came. Like reggae was huge in around 92, and it surpassed house music. And house music never was the same in our community as far as being played or whatever. People still play the oldies but goodies. They'll still play the oldies but goodies, but it wasn't this shit wasn't like, it was house music ended up being the fad. That's the funny thing, because people thought house music was the genre that had the longevity, and they thought hip hop was going to be the fad that kind of just phased out and nobody really talk about no more or do anymore. People thought that was going to be hip hop, and they thought house music had the longevity. They thought house music would be around for 50 years. And that wasn't the case. And house music ended up being the fad, and hip hop ended up being the one that was the long lasting genre, the one that captured everybody. You know what I mean? Yeah, Mad Lion. Let's see, swing that shit in the 2000s and then, yeah. You said 92, man, that shit was everywhere, man. I was motherfucking, because I was hitting the clubs around that time. I was hitting the clubs around 92. I was just starting to hit the clubs around there. I'm telling you, reggae was everywhere. House music, you wasn't even hearing house music like that no more. You really wasn't hearing house music like that no more. You was hearing it sometimes, like they'll spin, like I said, they'll spin some of the old shit. It really wasn't a lot of new shit coming out. And when you did hear it, it was old shit. And I'm like, reggae was everywhere. You never heard it on the radio. I never heard house music on the radio, only if a DJ played it. I never heard it on the radio. You heard reggae on the radio. Reggae was being played all on fucking Hot 97, 98.7 Kiss, and WBLS, and all the motherfuckers. Like it was, reggae was everywhere on the radio. And that's back when I was still listening to the radio too. But you ain't catch no house music like that on the radio in 92. You really ain't hear it like that on the radio. You know, people ride by playing it. You know, they got the tapes and everything else. They'll play it. And, you know, like DJs will spin it every now and then at the parties. But it not more than reggae. It wasn't getting played more than reggae in 92. At least not out here. Now, Chicago might have still been banging that shit. I can't speak for Chicago. I know out here at 92, yeah, you just wasn't hearing house music like that no more. Oh, now I'll forget about the Chronic and Snoop Dogg. Oh my goodness, yeah. That was another thing that took a chokehold, was when the Chronic came out. When the Chronic came out, that was the beginning of the Gen X's starting to take over hip hop. The Gen X's was starting to take over hip hop at that point, and that's when, yeah, shit changed. The baby boomers was all gone by that time. The baby boomers was pretty much gone, and you pretty much had the Gen X's in the game. And yeah, the Gen X's, yeah, they brought a different feel to the game than the boomers before them. You said reggae videos played on BET. Jamaican artists are usually one-hit wonders, while Shabba Ranks and Sean Paul lasted longer. No, you had one-hit wonders, but not all of them were one-hit wonders. Not all of them, but you did have some. I mean, you got that in all genres, though. You got one-hit wonders in all genres. Reggae, as a genre, had a resurgence in the early 90s, though. In the early 90s, reggae had a resurgence in our community, as far as being played on the radio, being nationally accepted and everything else. Like, yeah, they had a resurgence in the early 90s. And they ended up passing club music out here as far as popularity. You said house music evolved to junk and footwork music. Are you yeah, I've heard people say that it evolved to like go-go, like DC, the go-go shit out in DC. I know DC got the go-go music. That's kind of like a evolved form of house music and everything else. But these are like, but that's not national, right? Like house music was national. Like the go-go scene, that's kind of you know, that's kind of regional. You know, it's a regional thing and everything else. So it's like, and that's fine. I'm not shitting on it. I'm just saying, like, you know, it just didn't have that national attention, right? It wasn't that national attention of it. I know, what you call it? What was the doing the butt motherfuckers? They was from DC and they were go-go motherfuckers. They was in that go-go scene. What was their name? The doing the butt motherfuckers. I know motherfuckers remember in the chat. I can't remember their names, but shit, they was one-hit wonders. You want to talk about one-hit wonders? They were one-hit wonders. Yeah. Motherfuckers sound like Cameo. The motherfuckers sound like Cameo. What was their names? I know y'all motherfuckers remember it. Somebody gonna say it in the chat. I already know. Yeah, you had Beanie Man. Beanie Man's another one. Nah, my family ain't fuck with reggae. Yeah, but shit, a lot of people did out here, shorty. You already know. Oh, EU. That's their name. Yeah, EU. Yeah, they were go-go motherfuckers, right? They was from DC and they was into that go-go shit. Yeah. But they, like I said, that whole go-go thing was kind of regional. But yeah. I'm surprised your family, well, maybe I shouldn't say I'm surprised because everybody didn't fuck with reggae, but it was popular as fuck out here, especially like, you know, we got a lot of West Indians out here. You know, we got a lot of Jamaicans out here, man. A lot of Jamaicans out here. We grew up around Jamaicans. A lot of Jamaicans out here. A lot of Haitians too. Got a lot of Haitians, a lot of Jamaicans, and few Trinidadians. You know, I grew up around all these people, and so you know, like reggae was heavy. Matter of fact, these motherfuckers, they were so hardcore. A lot of them, you know, it's funny. A lot of the Jamaicans don't like Shabba Ranks. A lot of Jamaicans that are into reggae, like hardcore reggae heads, do not like Shabba Ranks. They look at him like a fucking sellout. I have heard Jamaicans, some Jamaicans I know, I have heard them talk shit about Shabba Ranks. Like talk shit about him, like fuck him. Call him a coolie and all this other shit and everything else, like talking crazy about him. Like he's a sellout and that ain't real reggae. They start talking about how shit ain't real reggae and everything else, start critiquing this shit. They sound like me talking about hip hop. Like fuck that motherfucker. That motherfucker ain't no real MC. That motherfucker ain't got no real bars. Y'all just like that motherfucker because y'all just hear him on the radio. They literally was hitting me with the same arguments. The Jamaicans was literally hitting me with the same arguments like, fuck Shabba Ranks. That motherfucker can't chant like that for real. He's a fraud. You need to go listen to whatchamacallit. Yeah, start naming other motherfuckers, you know, Super Cat and other motherfuckers. You need to go listen to blah, 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 blah. That's just some real reggae. That ain't even real reggae. I don't respect that shit. You know, they start talking crazy. They just talking crazy. Like, he can't chant. He ain't no true chanter. He ain't no true chanter. Like, what the fuck is this? You just like that shit because that's all you hear on the radio. You need to go listen to some real reggae. You know, they start correcting me and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, man. I thought I had some hot shit over here. You know what I mean? I'm over here enjoying this shit like ring-a-ling-a-ling, school bell ring. You know what I mean? I'm up here whining and shit. All in the motherfucking corner with the shorties and shit. These motherfuckers up here, they tap me on the shoulder. Yeah. Hey, man. Hey, Bumbleclot. What you doing over there, boy? Shabba this bullshit, man. You like this bullshit, man? You think this real reggae? This ain't no real reggae, man. This is bullshit. You just like this bullshit because this is what the fuck you hear on the radio. I know I do a horrible Jamaican accent. Don't hold it against me. Hey, man, this Bumbleclot, this rude boy, just start talking. Fuck Shabba. Like, they start going crazy. Fuck Shabba. Like, they don't like Shabba. Like, yeah, some of them Jamaicans do not like Shabba. Do not get it twisted. Do not get it twisted and think every Jamaican fucks with Shabba because that is not true. I can point you to some right now that will talk shit about Shabba. They will talk shit. I was like, God damn, I thought I had me some good shit over here. Ain't this a bitch? I thought I had some official tissue. Like shit, I thought you gonna just crush my motherfucking reggae motherfucking dreams and shit. I'm thinking I got some good shit. I don't give a fuck what y'all say. I like it. Fuck it. I don't give a fuck. You don't like it? Tomato, motherfucker. I like it. Fuck it. I don't give a fuck. Sound good to me, motherfucker. I'm not a reggae purist like that, so fuck it. I sound good to me. I mean, shit, man, listen, that motherfucker just tear my ass up. Yeah, I'm listening to fake reggae. That's fake reggae. That shit ain't real. That ain't official tissue. Yeah, step your reggae game up. You want some real reggae? I'll hook you up. All right, that's what's up. I mean. I could point to some Jamaicans do not like that motherfucker, bro. I was like, God damn. I thought everybody liked Shabba. I thought all you motherfuckers like Shabba. Y'all don't like Shabba? Y'all don't fuck with Shabba? Motherfucker killing the streets right now. Shabba killing the streets right now. Everybody trying to fuck with Shabba right now. Everybody trying to do a song with him. It's back when Shabba was killing the streets. Man, they would. I'm on. Nope. Fuck that bumbleclot. They start talking shit. Hey, all right, man. Hey, all right, you got it. All right. Hey. You know more about this than me, so you got it. All right. Sound good to me, though. Fuck it. I like it, brother. I like it. I'm just saying. You know? Yeah, Shabba was Jamaica's MC Hammer. It seemed that way. It felt that way, the way they talked about him. They talked about him the way we would talk about Hammer and shit. Like, man, get that bullshit out of here, dog. This baggy clothes wearing ass motherfucking bumbleclot. You know, they talk just like I did. This baggy clothes bumbleclot. GD pants wearing boy. Rude boy. They start talking shit about his baggy clothes, his GD pants, because Shabba had GD pants too. Everybody want to get on MC Hammer with his GD pants and shit, like Shabba wasn't rocking those same motherfucking GD pants. Like Shabba wasn't wearing those same shiny ass GD pants. Like them motherfuckers shopping at the same place. Them motherfuckers had the same stylist. I'm telling you, them motherfuckers had the same stylist or something because they damn sure dressed alike. Them motherfuckers dressed just alike. Always, both of them always had their chest out. Both the motherfuckers always had their chest out with some genie pants on. Both of them. Like think about it. You telling me the motherfuckers they had the same stylist? Hey man, listen. Them motherfuckers had the same fucking stylist. Both of the motherfuckers. And they both had the Jerry Curl flat top. Oh, my bad. Shabba had the Gumby. Shabba had the S-Curl Gumby going on. Like, Shabba was still rocking the Gumby in the 90s and shit like Shabba. Shabba, dog. Come here, let me talk to you, son. Somebody should have told you, bruh. This is not 1989 anymore, bruh. This is 1992. You might want to stop wearing them little swoops, or whatever the fuck that shit is in your fucking head. You might want to stop rocking that Gumby, Shabba. You're about 3 years late. You know what I mean? But yeah. But both of them had the S-Curl shit going on. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why the fuck Shabba was still rocking a damn Gumby in 92. Somebody should have talked to him about that. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, you know, what the fuck you still rocking a Gumby for? This ain't 89, motherfucker. Every little Jamaican step you take, motherfucker. I mean, but I fuck with Shabba though, man. I fuck with Shabba. I mean, that was my dude. That's why I was offended when they was talking shit about him. How y'all just gonna be talking shit about Shabba? I mean, leave Shabba alone, dog. Shabba doing this thing. He killed the streets. I don't give a fuck what you motherfuckers say. Fuck that. I give a fuck what you motherfuckers say. Mr. Lubba motherfucker. I don't get up off Mr. Lubba. Mr. Lubba. Ooh. Mr. Lubba, man. Shabba. That was my dude, son. That was my dude. Motherfucker couldn't tell me shit. I used to be smoking mad motherfucking Philly blunts. This is back when I was smoking Philly blunts and White Owls. I was smoking White Owls and Philly blunts back then, listening to that shit. Chilling. Mr. Lover, man. Shabba. That was the White Owl days. Y'all know nothing about those White Owls. I could do a whole motherfucking stream breaking down motherfucking cigars and shit and different cigars I've done had over the years and eras that I done, switched it up. Cause, you gotta switch it up sometimes, But yeah, I used to, them the White Owl Philly days back then. 92? Yeah, I was smoking Phillies and White Owl. The White Owl days, bro. I remember those days. I can't smoke those shits no more. Especially Phillies. I ain't smoking those Phillies no more either. Oh, fuck. Them Phillies is the worst. The worst. Oh, my goodness. If I'm stuck with it, if I'm stuck and all I got is a Philly blunt and I'm just stuck and I ain't got nothing else, I'm pissed. I don't even want to roll that bitch. I hate fucking Phillies. I can't stand them motherfuckers. I can't believe I used to smoke those shits. I hate those motherfuckers. Oh. Yeah, White Owls. That's what made me switch the White Owls from Phillies was them shits burn slower. Them shits burn a whole lot slower. Now I might mess around with a White Owl. I don't really like White Owls like that anymore either, but I'll totally take a White Owl over a fucking Philly any day of the week. Any day of the fucking week. I hate Phillies. Hate those shit. Oh my goodness. Dutches, listen, I love Dutch Masters. I'll still smoke a Dutch. I don't smoke them anymore, but I would. I went years smoking nothing but Dutches. Smoking nothing but Dutches. I went from, I started smoking Dutches, had to have been like 95, 96. I didn't stop smoking Dutches until, like 15 years later. I smoked Dutches for about 15 years before I stopped smoking them shit. It was about 15 years before I stopped smoking Dutches. And that's real talk. That's real talk. That's how long I smoked Dutches. I smoked Dutches the longest. Out of every cigar I've ever smoked, the one I've stayed faithful to the longest, Dutches. Dutch Masters. Vanilla ones in particular. The vanilla in particular. Real talk. What? You ever smoke out of papers? Yeah, you talking about easy widers and like big bamboo? Yeah, I started smoking joints. That was when I first started smoking weed. It was in joints and shit. It was joints in the 80s. Young as shit. Didn't know how to roll nothing. Nothing. I ain't know how to roll anything. Smoking joints. Like that. That's how I first started. So yeah, I smoked out of papers before. Yeah, I smoked joints. Before I started smoking blunts, but yeah. Yep, sure did. You said you don't like Dutches or backwoods. I don't like backwoods. Right? I love Dutches. I hate backwoods. Backwoods that's a lot of Jamaicans like backwoods. Backwoods is popular amongst Jamaican culture. A lot of Jamaicans I know smoke those backwoods and everything else. They love that shit. I don't like backwoods. The paper's too thick, and I just don't like them. I don't like backwoods. I agree with you with the backwoods. Dutches I love Dutches. Don't like backwoods. I agree with you on that. Let's see. They banned. What's banned? Dutch Masters band? I don't know. Oh, you like them Swisher Sweets? I you know, I ain't know what the fuck a Swisher was or any of that shit. I'm gonna tell you, man, when I moved to Texas, I told this story before, but for the people that never heard it, I'm about to tell it again. I moved to Texas in 2005. I moved to Texas. 2005, I moved to Texas, right? Got down there. I immediately had to go find me some bud. Found some bud. I ain't had nothing to roll in. Pull over at the nearest gas station. Goes inside the gas station. I asked them for a Dutch Master. Asked them for a Dutch Master. They looked at me like I was an alien from a different planet. They looked at me. They had no clue what the fuck I was talking about. That Mexican said, a what essay? I asked for a Dutch Master. But first I asked for a Dutch. And he was like, a what essay? A Dutch Master, cigar, Dutch Master. I don't know what you're talking about, Holmes. We got cigars. Which one are you talking about? We got these, and we got these. Right? One was some Phillies. One box was some Phillies. Another box was, I forgot what the other box was. Something else I don't smoke. And then there was a box of Swisher Sweets. And I said, those are the only cigars y'all got? And he was like, yeah, that's it. I was like, fuck. I'm like, well, I'm not going to get the Phillies, so it's either this one or that one. It was either the Swishers or the other one, because I wasn't fucking with those Phillies. So I was like, well, which one do people normally get when they come up in here? And he was like, well, people usually get these right here. And he pointed at the Swishers. So I was like, all right, fuck it, let me get two of those motherfuckers, right? So, boom, I got two of those. And I'm looking, and I'm like, damn, I ain't never smoked one of these for my fucking life. I don't even know what the fuck this is. I'm like, I don't even know how to roll this motherfucker. I'll figure it out. I'm like, it looked like a white owl. That's basically what it damn near is. It's like a white owl, right? That's what it was. It's pretty much like a white owl, right? So when I split it open and everything else, I saw it was pretty much basically a white owl. So I was like, okay, well, all right. So I figured out how to roll it real quick because I already know how to roll white owls. And boom, so that was easy. Boom, everything else. It was all right. But again, it reminded me of white owls. It felt like I was stepping backwards. You know what I mean? Because I had graduated from white owls, so it felt like I was going backwards, going to the Swishers. So I didn't like it. So I used to have to order my Dutch Masters online. and get them delivered. Real talk. So I used to have boxes of Dutch Masters coming in every few weeks or whatever. Real talk. Yeah, it's a regional thing. Yeah, it's definitely a regional thing. Yeah. But yeah, but every so often I would have to go get the Swishers or whatever. But they was better than the other shit that they were selling. I will say that the Swishers was better than the other shit they were selling. Like I said, like I said, they was like white owls, so I could tolerate them because they like white owls, and I'm not against white owls. It's just I like other cigars better. Oh, other cigar I love that I recommend is the Garza Vegas. I used to also love those fucking Garza Vega Deluxe, the Corona ones, the deluxe joints that came in the motherfucking in the little hard shell. Oh, I love those motherfuckers. Garza Vegas, I like Garza Vegas. Garza Vegas are good. I do recommend Garza Vegas too. If you like Dutch Masters, you'll like Garza Vegas. If you was big on Dutch Masters, you'll like Garza Vegas. If you did not like Dutch Masters, you probably shouldn't fuck with a Garza Vega. Don't fuck with a Garza Vega if you don't fuck with Dutches. But if you fuck with Dutchess, yeah, Garza Vegas is a good substitute. Those are good cigars. I used to like those too. I used to be able to get like 4 of those at Walmart. I used to go up to the Walmart down in Texas, and they used to sell those in a pack. I used to sell like 4 or 5 of them in a pack. I forgot how much they used to be or whatever, like $5, some shit like that. And yeah, I used to get those and whatever. But I do like Garza Vegas.
But welcome to the Terror Dome.
When Swisher dropped the green leaf, that was $1 back then. It was game over. Stores can barely keep them in stock now. Yeah, I bet. You hate Garza Vegas? Yeah, you said you didn't like Dutchess. So yeah, if you don't like Dutchess, you're not gonna like the Garza Vegas. So I get why you don't like it. You said it makes the weed taste like wax. Vegas started off $1 green leaf cigars, yeah. Joe price is cheap in Texas, man. Weed price is cheap in Texas, period. Texas has some of the best weed prices I've ever seen in my fucking life. I do miss those weed prices. Man, Texas is killing it with the weed prices. My goodness. Don't even get me started. Texas weed prices is impeccable. I will say that. Shout out to Texas for that. I mean, where my shit at? Yeah. Shout out to Texas for having some of the most impeccable weed prices I ever seen in my fucking life.
Smoke weed every day.
Shout out to Texas. Shout out to Texas for that. Absolutely. I would never knock Texas for their weed prices ever. I will promote those shit and say yes. I never felt robbed out in Texas as far as I never felt like yes. Shout out to Texas. Weed prices impeccable. If I do say so myself. Shout out to Texas. You know what I mean? And yeah, family. Yeah, all this talk about weed and everything else, this, that, and the third. My stomach's starting to growl. So I think it's about that time for me to go ahead and go grab me something to eat because I am starving right now. I got the munchies. Y'all already know. So family, please do me a favor. If you haven't already, please click like, share, and subscribe. It's very important that you click like. It gets us in the algorithm. It's also important that you share. It lets people know we're breathing. And it's also important that you subscribe. And after you subscribe, family, please don't forget to hit that notification bell. It's also very important to hit this so you can be notified whenever we do go live, and you can be here bright and early and don't miss none of the show. So please don't forget to hit that notification bell. It's out there, family. And family, soon I'm not going to be able to say this, and soon y'all not going to be able to do this, but for right now, while you still can, to my haters out there, by all means, if you had any issues with anything you heard today, voiced on this platform, whatever the case may be, and you want to push back and express yourself, this is your time to do so by clicking dislike while you still can. Still share this motherfucker. And then you might want to kindly unsubscribe. Know what I mean? Because if you click and dislike on the shit you heard today, I already know there's a good chance you ain't on none of these motherfuckers right here, because these will cause pro-blackness. And it'll be very apparent that y'all not that. And yeah, family, please consider becoming a Patreon. If you do, you have access to any stream I do, whether I keep it up or whether I take it down. You also have access to exclusive content that I have on there. Oh, by the way, that last week's Pseudo Sunday is on Patreon for the people that's wondering what happened to that show. I had to put it on Patreon. It was very wild. So I had to move into Patreon. But yeah, you also have access to exclusive content that I have on there. You know what I mean? And also, I have no limits on my Patreon. Whatever you feel like the channel's worth, that's what you donate. All donations given does go towards the production of the show, as always. Shout out to all my Patreon out there. I appreciate all you. And yeah, family, please follow me on Twitter and the gram at SYKOPATHeist, spelled same way as the channel. Also follow me on Clubhouse too, at SYKOPATHeist. Again, spelled the same way as the channel. And yeah, please subscribe to all our channels too, family. Know what I mean? Because sometimes we might have to channel hop, and if we do, you want to have access to everything we doing and what's going on. So please go to the description box, click on all those links, and please subscribe. And don't forget to hit the notification bell over there as well. Know what I mean? And yeah, family, by all means, if you out there and you looking for any graphics, artwork designs, or logos, please consider hitting up our sister Renee at Renee Black Graphics on Facebook. Also, if you're looking for any t-shirts, hoodies, coffee mugs, all custom designs, please consider hitting up her store as well. All these links, just like all the other links, will be in the description box as always. So yes, please show us some love. And family, like I said, tomorrow night we will be having a pseudo Sunday, and we have an idea what we're gonna be talking about. Matter of fact, I think we know what we're gonna be addressing. And yeah, we might be addressing some engines tomorrow. So engines out there, yeah, we might be, yeah. It might be y'all day tomorrow. We'll see. But yeah, you know what I mean? As always, family, I want to shout out everybody out in the live chat. I appreciate everybody coming through. Shout out to Mod D. I appreciate y'all. Shout out to everybody that called in. I appreciate y'all as well. And I also want to shout out everybody that was out in the clouds just listening and being nosy. I want to give a peace and black power to everybody out there. Holla black at your boy. I'm out.
Battle anybody, I don't care, you battle anybody, I don't care, you battle anybody, I don't care, you
yeah.
Battle any, I accept.
Yep.
They are
Yep. Let's go.